Hello. I tried everything. Working okay. Oh, it's been like actually exactly a week. Damn. Alright, well. It's all good. Okay. So, if it wants to work for me. We are right back where we started, or where we ended off last time. We had a few weeks there where I was obsessed with playing Hades instead. But what? We're only like 7 chapters away from the end of this part, and then there's step 4, which is kind of just like a nice long epilogue thing. And then there's after that DLC. And I want to make sure I get all of that good and done. Cool. Alright. Hop right into it. Right into, this one. We'll do this one. Oh! More than happy for an impromptu hang. It's cool to see, like, Baxter more, because the side characters didn't show up nearly as much in the, like, original plotline. His first time he bought a shirt online, apparently the website hadn't been in English. Oh. But, so it's cool to see that in the DLC, the like, side characters each season, or each year, kind of show up a bit more. Finding out how he filled out his wardrobe answered some of your questions about his look. Multiple times to make sure I could order the correct size. It wasn't as if I'd be able to ship it back if there were any problems. Yeah. It's a physical object in my hands. Oh, it was a watch? But you were generally free. You weren't worried about it and shook your head. Yeah, no. Fuck the chores. He's back and returned to the channel. Two of you meandered around the neighborhood aimlessly walking as you talked. I'm wondering if you're, like, not in a relationship with Cove at this point, if he will, like, flirt with you more during this. From what I'm gathering in a brief chat from how he was dressed. I don't ever see Cove's job. Oh. Nice. Especially with how limited jobs are in this town. Tourist spot? I'm sure they... Well, I guess they would hire teenagers all the time. Better than standing here. To invite you over to... Oh! Interesting. I've never actually been inside. Yeah, I guess because the old people were there. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, sure. But but I will need to leave before this evening. I have plans to visit Cove at his work. That's cute. You follow beside him, stopping when you reach his front door. This is the first time I'm going to see the inside of this house. You couldn't help having a slight shiver up your spine as the thought of the condo's previous residents. They were really mean, I guess. They were just kind of rude, more than anything. From what we did see of them. Are we really surprised that it's nice? It's like a nice condo. It's also clean. It smelled faintly like some sort of unidentifiable air freshener. Yeah. You couldn't help but stay on guard, as if the mean nut grandpas might jump out and yell at you at any moment. They're secretly still in here. Never seen the inside. Oh. Former neighbors never had you over for tea. Sounds out of character for this street. Well... oh, they were just old people. Those particular prior visitors ever inviting you over. No, they weren't exactly nice. They were the opposite of that, really. I'm actually amazed I'm standing here now. This is where he, like, stabs me. Sounds like there's not... I mean, I don't know the story. They were just mean old people. First, sitting properly before readjusting his position to a comfortably forward crouch. He waved his hand towards his furniture, and an invitation to take a seat yourself. Sure. Oh! You sat on the couch beside him, you sprawled out on the other half of his couch, you took a seat in a nearby chair. You can... I'm pretty sure this is what I would do. We don't know each other quite like this. It's more comfortable than it looked. Yeah, I'm thinking, like, if you're not in a relationship with Cove at this point, this is, like, where you and Baxter make moves. That'd be cute. You begin to give him the rundown of your past neighbors, explaining how they didn't like children and had a reputation among you and other kids of being nasty. That just sounds like all old people. I almost ding-dong ditched them. Not grandparents durable. I didn't go through with it. She could have done it herself if she wanted to. That isn't you almost did it. That is your sister asked you to and you said no. I was there. I remember this. Sounds like you don't know me that well. Until the sun started hanging lower in the sky, it had been falling through his life. Yeah, this is a cute little place. I'm actually going on an outing to town myself. It's a good night for exploring. Are you saying you want to come with? That's fine. Thanks for having me over. Have a nice time. You waved goodbye. You left without looking back. Thanks for having me. Invite me over another time. We'll bring snacks. That's the best part about it, man. You gotta share snacks with friends. Right, get myself ready to visit. Can't I just go? It's not like it's a date. He's at work. Working more often. You rarely saw him during his shifts for obvious reasons. He was busy. That was why it had been a surprise when Cove asked you to swing by. Okay. What do I need to get ready for? I figured I would just leave. Cove was also thinking about how much his job had impacted how often you saw each other. His place of employment was... Oh! Yeah, why did we go home for 2 seconds? You wouldn't have to worry about getting a ride. I'm feeling like there's a different part there. Like another reason for that to be the case. Like if the options were different. It might be stuck. Hold on. Oh, Jesus. Okay, hold on. I guess it froze for a second there. You wouldn't have to worry about getting a ride. The air felt heated around you, but with enough of a breeze to cool you off. Oh my god. You strolled past familiar buildings, not even having to think about how to get to Cove's job. You had gone down these streets more than enough times to memorize the way. Okay. It was easy to just enjoy the brief trip. You reached the local library parking lot. You headed right inside. I mean, this would be like an easy job to visit. Like, some jobs you can't really visit with people. So, like, you know, if they're a waitress, right? Waiter, whichever one. You can't really spend time with them, so going to visit them is kind of weird. But, like, here you could just come, you hang out, you read a book. Also, it's just a small thing. I don't think you guys can see my mouse. I don't think it shows up in the window. But if you look at the way, like, the bookcases are set up here, it's not correct. So the wall is straight, and these are against the wall, but then this bookshelf goes back to, like, a bookcase that's further back than these are. But the wall doesn't change. And I look at it. I was looking at it the last time we were here, I think during like the 13-year-old step or whatever, and I kept staring at it. And now that I'm looking at it again, I was like, no, I'm right. That's like a fuck up. That doesn't work. I think it was just to create a little bit more depth in this image, but they needed to like put like a divot in the wall too. Oh well. Immediately after opening the door, you smelled the warm, solid smell of books. A bit stuffy, but ooh. I don't know if I like the idea of like warm smelling books. I like air conditioning. Hi! Oh, she can't hear me. Hello! I scanned the front room for a certain tall, green-haired assistant. Aw, he looks so cute in his little librarian outfit. You spotted him easily at the desk. He didn't seem too busy. No one else was around, so you stepped closer. Hello. I don't think he has the hot librarian thing going on. Right? Like, he's really good looking, but he doesn't carry the vibes, unfortunately. Looked up from the stack of papers at the sound of someone approaching. Cove met your eyes with a welcome smile when he realized who it was.
Thanks.
Yeah, he's adorable, but he doesn't have, like, you know, the librarian look. I would say, like, almost like the Hythlodaeus look. That's kind of somewhere along there, the hot librarian. But that's fine. Thanks for inviting me. Is stuff... I can't imagine how stuff would go too bad at, like, a local library, you know? I mean, I imagine the worst thing is it could be really boring, which, I don't know, I feel like that would be kind of nice. You just hang around and organize books. Cove laughed quietly, his eyes alight with past bemusement. Oh, I guess you would have to... Oh, I take it back. It probably could suck if, like, a group of people came in, took a bunch of books off the shelves, and then didn't return them, or didn't return them properly to the correct spot, and you have to go through and reorganize. Ew, I take it back. No, that would suck. Yeah, screaming children would be, like, annoying, but I wouldn't necessarily consider that a bad thing. It's just like, oh, that's happening. You should have seen it. When I got here earlier, there was a huge fight going on. Oh, a huge fight going on with the schedule. I just tried to stay out of it. Oh. People not getting enough hours? I'm lucky no one else wants to close. It's not something I've got to defend. Some shifts are way too competitive. Oh. Oh, he's a closing shift? You crazy person. I fucking hate closing shifts. Cove's right. That's an easy position to have. I don't think anybody ever wants to do those. Shook his head at the memory. You wondered how his shifts had been sorted out in the end. People throwing punches over the shift argument the way he said it. They threw the books at each other. That was the most exciting today got. Yeah, I mean, you are a librarian. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with all that. Good thing you weren't dragged into the problem. Now I'm worried about what's going on when I get in. Cove nodded in immediate agreement. Yeah, there's no reason to get involved if you don't need to. I don't think I could handle it, you know me. Yeah. I really don't want to start making a scene at work. Neither did I, baby, but that didn't work out for me, so...
Oh.
You know. Oh. Grew wide and then drifted off. His mind was clearly elsewhere. Speaking of work, I gotta get back to it. That's what I'm doing right now. What are you even doing? You're not doing anything. You're standing at the desk? Baby, there's nothing you're doing. Your presence made him forget the situation at hand. Take a seat or wander around a little. Try not to disappear, though. I won't be too long. I just have a couple things to take care of. What do you have to do? Right? Like, I guess you keep everything organized, or I guess you would have to, like, maybe... Because I imagine they get, like, book shipments that you have to unload. I don't know. He gave a significant look at the papers he had been sorting through before he had noticed you. Oh. See you soon. You found a quiet table and waited. You sat at a table and already had a book and perused it. You check out the young adult section. What's funny is I do this. I've always done this. Because they're funny. I mean... I've read some of them, of course, but it's always funny to, like, go looking through them and just see how dramatic the fucking art on them is, and I'm like... It's just silly. You look around the non-fiction section, you found the mystery novels. This is... None of these are for me. Like, you gotta put somewhere in here, like... Lord of the Rings. Dragon books. That's usually the ones I look at. Terrible. Some sort of staff pick according to nearby display. Oh. You had to wonder if there was a chance that Cove was the staff who picked it. By the third page, it wasn't a question anymore. There were fish people in the story. Oh. As quickly as you could manage, and you continued. Watch it be like, what's it called? Innsmouth? What's it called? I don't know what the actual thing. Something of Innsmouth, and it's one of the. Oh my god, the whole fucking all of the information just left my brain. H.P. Lovecraft. It's one of the H.P. Lovecraft books, and, you know, fish people. But of course it's like creepy fish people. Watch it be one of those books. It'd be funny. As promised, Cove swung by again. He stood up straight. The task at hand. The task that had been at hand. I am assuming it's complete, sure. Since you had a moment together, you struck up. Are we alone in? Are we alone in the library? Can we pull a savvy? How's it like working here? So do people hit on you a lot? You thought it was mermaid romance, but actually it was eldritch horror. Savvy and Graha's favorite activity. I might not need any books, but I do want to check you. Oh no! I do love a man in He's not in uniform, girl. He's wearing a button-up shirt. Come on. I hope they pay you extra for the business you must bring in. No! No! They're all so bad. Cove's sense of humor is so corny. It is. I feel like... See, I would say this, but it would be like a joke, right? Like, it's silly. This one is also pretty silly. This is meh. Sure. Fucking, why not? Cove turned bright red, his mouth open to a small oh.
Seriously?
You're gonna... There's not a better time that line would work. There's no good time for it. There's not a good time for a line like that, ever. Yeah, I did. I did say that terrible, terrible line. And you can be done. Oh, actually... Remember the mean not... Oh, I mean, I don't know if this is something I would care about bringing up. No, I want to keep flirting with him. Lame. He looked amazed, like he was just barely containing himself from Pepperfist. Suddenly, a thought hit him like a brick. Wait. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. The new person staying there is really, really, welcoming. You overheard someone sounding frustrated as they couldn't find a specific book. Cove turned his head towards them without pause, his customer service smile already on his face. Ew. Ew. Ah. Dude. Shutting down the library fucking like a normal person. We weren't gonna do anything. You can flirt. You can flirt a little bit. I'm not savvy. It's fine. God. The customer, like, service smile thing at the end here, it hurts me. It physically hurts me to just think about it. He gave you a quick nod and then headed over, disappearing into the labyrinth of shelves. It was a shame your conversations were so brief, but what could you expect when... Yeah, I was about to say, he's literally he's, like, at his job. we can just, like, I'll just hang out and read a book till you're actually done, I guess. Like, just, it's fine. Seeing Cove acting so mature was different. He was like a real adult and giving service with a grin, at least when he remembered he was supposed to be working. Because you know exactly what it feels like to make a customer service smile. It got to a point where it was like kind of involuntary. Like, I knew I was doing it, but I didn't really feel like I was doing it. It's just whenever it's literally like a swap in personality, where like you see the customer and you're like, hi, and everything changes, and it's weird, and you don't even notice that you do it anymore. You were proud of him. You felt a little awkward, like you weren't keeping up with him. You were sad at the reminder you were really becoming adults. You found it hard to believe his crybaby self had come so far. Yeah, he's doing great. I was wondering if I could, like, recreate my customer service voice, but now, like, now that I'm thinking about it, it's so weirdly involuntary, it's hard to actually invoke. It was nice to see him growing up. He had changed a lot over the years, and you were happy to see how much he had matured. Me, on the other hand, I still sleep until noon, man. Like, I don't give a shit. You decided to walk around the shelves a little and explore. Every so often, you'd see Cove. He'd be reshelving books or helping people find what they needed. He was good at it, always calm and quiet, enough for the library. He took small moments to talk with you every so often or smile in your direction. So I wonder, because I think there's a part earlier in this chapter where you talk about whether or not you have a part-time job. And I'm wondering if you do, like, if we ever see that. Like, if there's ever scenes that are swapped out for it. Eventually, it seems like it was time for some of the book club. The library lobby flooded with people, all clutching their copies of what you guessed was a satirical fantasy book. Is it good? That sounds kind of fun. Cove got busier himself, pulling out chairs and arranging the area. How late does the book club meet? You made the call that it was time to head out since he'd have to be occupied for... Why did I even really come? So they talked about it earlier that he invited me to, like, kind of come hang out. Because we didn't see each other as much because he's been working. But it didn't really amount to anything, I guess. It's kind of weird. He glanced over at you after he nudged a fake plant over to make room for another chair. You waved at him from near the front entrance. He frowned, but then switched right back to a smile. He gave a quick wave before turning back to the book club event. You grinned, you sighed, you shrugged. See Cove for a bit. I guess so. The evening sun was warm on your skin while you were taking the trip back home. You felt your phone buzz and stopped on the sidewalk. You pulled it out to check. It was from Mom. Is this just one of the, like, are we just doing random shit this whole bit? I guess? Would you mind stopping by the grocery store on your way home to pick up some asparagus and peppers for dinner tomorrow? Can't make it myself. Deadlines are tight right now. I don't know what the moms do for their job either. I think they may have said it at some point, but I don't remember at all. Or hinted at it. You sighed, you shook your head, you shrugged, you didn't mind the requests. It's fine. It could have been a lot worse. Asparagus and peppers. That was going to be a quick in and out, easy peasy. No problem, can do. I mean, it's not like I'm doing anything else. Let's fucking run errands, it's fine. You weren't expecting her to text back anytime soon, though you did already get a thanks for it. Your phone remained grasped in your hands as you grew lost in your thoughts. Everyone was busy working now. Yeah, I'm guessing this whole section is completely different if you have a part-time job. The only other person who wasn't was Liz, and you had no idea how long before that changed. You were glad that you hadn't had to get a job yet. You were frustrated how you hadn't found a job that fit yet. You were terrified that one day you'd be up to support. It'd be up to you to support yourself. You were curious about what working full-time would be like. It was exciting, imagining your own future. You're aiming to make it without working a typical oh, fuck. Yeah, maybe. That's what I'm thinking. I also could just, like, be remembering the thing I was talking about. I don't remember if you need... I'm pretty sure you do. I'm pretty sure there's a thing that asks you if you work, or if you worked a summer job, or if you were doing things like that. Oh, it's doing that thing. This is like a new problem. I don't know what's going on with it. Hold on. I guess give it a second to catch up like it did before. I'm wondering if it's like my computer. Come on. Oh man. Come on. I might have to close it out and open it again. Which we'd have to start, I think, at the beginning of this. But I can fast forward at least. Yeah, this is weird. This hasn't been a problem before. Okay. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm gonna close it out and open it again, and then we can just fast forward to the spot we're at. Oh, if it'll even close. Hold on. Yeah, it doesn't even want to close. We have to, like, task manager it. Weird. Okay. Hopefully that's just kind of, like, restarting it'll fix it, because... Continue. Yeah, you have to start back at the beginning. Alright. Hopefully it won't give me a hard time anymore. Maybe just like a nice little restart. Alright. Hold on. We're skippy skip. Oh. It's not like... It's not letting me hit the skip button. There we go. Oh, shit. I want to try and make all the same decisions.
Absolutely.
I've had to do this before once, because I closed out the game after the end of a chapter, but didn't, like, get to a save screen. Who the fuck is this Oh! I thought you'd seen him. He's been here through, like, most of this... Well, I guess maybe. His name's Baxter. He's visiting for the summer, and we met him, like, in the prologue, I think, and we've interacted with him a couple times. He's kind of just, like, a summer friend that we're hanging out with sometimes. Oh, there we go. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Flirty flirt. Cheesy lines. Proud of the baby. And then we leave. Didn't mind the request. I haven't seen like any of this section of the game because you play it at all. Played it at all during when I could. I'm sorry, it's not on purpose. Yeah, oh, you also missed, I guess, the last time we played, Cove actually, in a way, ended up confronting his parents about why they got divorced. That was a thing. That was emotional. Okay. There we go. It's alive! There were plenty of other options out there for your future besides getting a position at a company. It was wonderful that your moms never forced you to go down that route, and you were free to find your own way. You were still inside your head when another message came through. Looking at your phone, you saw it was Cove. I could come to your house or something. Honey, you break into my window all the fucking time. Just come on. Yes. Why would I say no? Fond smile tugged at the corner of your mouth when the next message arrived immediately. Why would I tell him no? You were struck with the idea as your fingers hovered to reply. You already agreed to one by the store today. You could meet Cove in town. Actually, I'll meet you at work when you're done. As in... Oh, I'm running out errands today. Cool, I'll be here always. I also think Baxter, or that's who the Monokuma, I don't know what that is, looking guy is. Baxter. He's also potentially like a love interest, like kind of. If you aren't in love or crushing on Cove at the time, I think. It's the same thing with Derek. So if you're like friends with Cove, the alternative characters can be romantic interests and show romantic feelings towards you. But if you're already in a relationship with Cove, they tend to not be... Oh! Okay. They tend to just, not say certain dialogues. Smiley face. Woo! You finally put your phone away. You realized that when you may not have enough time to get to the store and back before Cove was off. You'd need to return to the library first. But what was done was done. To fill the little gap of space in between your new plans, you decided to... There was always a chance that he wouldn't respond until later, but he already messaged you before it could be okay to keep going. This is what I do in real life. I just, like, if somebody's working, right, or whatever, I just text. Oh, you know this, because I'll just send stuff to the Discord, even though I know everybody's at work or sleeping, and I'm like, they'll have something fun to read when they wake up. The antics of somebody awake at 4 in the morning, really? He found a way to change the subject and waited to see what he'd do. Delighted, the buzzing in your hand signaled he took the bait. You carefully continued your walk down the path, hand glued to your phone, and a happy pep in your step. Cove texted as frequently as you imagined he could while still on the clock, telling you all about the various people he had to interact with today. Like, walking up to deranged combos is so much fun. I just like get in kicks where I'm like, I want to share all this crazy stuff with people, and I will. So. And then I'm like, is this annoying? maybe I shouldn't. But then I don't sometimes, and then one of you posts to the thing I was gonna share. And I'm like, alright, well, damn. Before long, the first part of the night was over, and it was nearly the end of Cove's shift. Luckily, you were almost back by then. As you approached the librarian building, you noticed a figure out front. Oh, his little name tag! I didn't notice it before. It was covered by the thingy. It says Cove on it. It's so cute. Instantly recognizable to you, even in the dim-lit parking lot. Oh, should we be out here? Spooky. You could see he was smiling. Oh! He had been waiting for... Hi, baby! You shot him a smile. You waved. You ran to hug. Kiss the boy! You bounced through the final steps to reach Cove and planted a kiss right on his face. It was too fast for him to respond, but he chuckled approvingly. His initial excitement at your arrival deflated... Oh no! Cove stopped being able to meet your eyes as he spoke more. What happened? What did I do?
Sorry.
When you were visiting, it wasn't very Oh! It's fine, baby. I hope I wasn't wasting... No! It's fine! I figured we wouldn't be chatting much while you were working. Cove, it's never a waste to see you! It did kind of feel pointless. Why did you want me to come in the first place? Yeah, I was about to be like, who do I need to stab? I was about to be so upset. Oh. His smile re-emerged, though only slightly, then he continued his thought. It's just, with all the shifts I've been doing lately, I wanted to have you around some more. That's really all. It was to make my day better. Oh, baby, do you want me to visit more? I'm actually surprised I don't. Because they established that, well, first of all, he works in a library, which is like an easy enough place for anybody to hang out and get work done or do anything. And he's like in walking distance. And I'm like, you could just go hang out at the library. As long as you aren't like distracting each other too much. You can just hang out at a fucking library with your friend. It's fine. But it's not like working has to be a good time, and there's better things we could have been doing than watching me do... I mean... I don't know. I kind of like watching people work. So, I have parallels to this. I've gone to my boyfriend's work, which is not as easy to hang out in as a library. He's a fucking, like, basically a mechanic. And I just hung out in the shop, out of everybody's way, and just watched him work. He would come by and like shoot the shit sometimes with me, and so would his buddies, because they all know who I am. We'd just talk, and then he'd go back to doing whatever. It's nice sometimes. It's weird. It's fun to just hang out. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with wanting some support. Thanks for talking to me about this. What a precious man you are. I'm flattered. Aww. I felt proud you were the one he called when he needed someone to lift his spirits. I'm glad my job doesn't have to get in the way of us being You have a really chill job. Like, that's my thing. This isn't like a crazy job right now. You might have one in the future that's a crazy job, but like, this is an easy job where I can just come and read books. I feel the same. It works. Alright, we have to hit up the grocery store before Mom kills me. Reached out to you and you leaned into it. He gently held you against him and you relaxed against his body. It was comforting. Eee! What was that errand you talked about before? Are you still doing that? Yes. Would you want to come too? It was late and you knew that Cove wanted to go home, but admittedly, you wanted company. He eased that concern by smiling softly. Yeah, sure. You walked, right? Yes, I don't own a car. Mm-hmm. Want me to drive you? That'd make things a lot... Ooh! He's so sweet. It's nice of you to do this.
Not really.
Thanks, I like that too. Moments later, Cove had his things together and you were both ready to swing by the store. Cove pulled into one of the many free parking spots in the neighborhood 24-hour grocery store. I wish. Car doors were propped open and you got out at the same time. There was a salty smell in the air as the two of you strolled through the dim parking lot. The local burger joint on the other side of the pavement guaranteed the place always smelled like fries. Right? I mean, mine's open, it's open, I want to say until like 3 in the morning, and then it opens again at like 6. So it's only really closed for 3 hours, but I don't know. When you're somebody who stays up all fucking night, I don't know, it'd be nice. Yeah, that's true. Your eyes squinted at the change of lighting when you made it inside the building, automatic door shut behind you. With you truly having arrived, Cove raised his brow curiously.
So?
What are we here for again? Oh, it was, Oh, yeah, thanks. She remembered. I remembered the peppers. I didn't remember the asparagus. It's for something my mom are making tomorrow. You idly scanned the front room for a basket you can use. A full cart wasn't necessary. We don't even need a basket! We're getting 2 things! We don't even need a basket! I thought it was gonna make you... Yeah, I thought it was gonna make me remember. You felt responsible having your parents rely on you. You were already looking forward to tomorrow's dinner. It was overwhelming how much you had to take care of. You couldn't stand the thought of making it longer. That was all there was to it. What? Did I miss a bit? Oh. Sure. I mean, I don't feel one way or the... Like, my parents were asking me to do this when I was, like, 16. Or younger, even, maybe. They'd be like, alright, we don't want to park the car. So, what you're gonna do is we're gonna park out by the door. And we're gonna send you in. And you're gonna go in and you're gonna grab apples or something. You're gonna grab this item. Here's my card. Grab that item and come back. Quickly. And you just run through the fucking thing. It was a recent change that you weren't wanted to embrace fully. You spotted the baskets and caught a glimpse of Cove's full appearance while looking down to pick one up. It is kind of weird to see you dressed in a uniform in a different store. It's barely a uniform. It's what? Khaki pants and a button-up shirt. I don't know if I consider that like I would say it's a dress code that the library has. I don't know. Well, sliding up beside you. It's like I'm wearing a costume after Halloween is over. But I just hope no one thinks I work here. The uniform is totally different, but you never know. Basket in hand, you ambled over towards the vegetable section, and it was set near the back, but visible right from the entry. Why do you need a basket, especially if it's also this close? Just run up and grab the fucking thing. Grab the little fucking baggies, put some asparagus in it, wrap it up. That's all you fucking need. Fucking get in a basket. Hell, you have 4 hands combined. Dude, you walk into Target wearing a red shirt and people think you work there. I think that's exactly what it was kind of like referencing. But then again, don't go into Target wearing a red shirt. Because you know. People know. You know what's gonna happen if you do that. Cove matched your pace, keeping at your side. The asparagus was simple enough to select. You simply picked up a bundle that looked fresh. All of it was left was the peppers. There was a wrinkle in that plant. Oh, they didn't say which type of peppers? Spicy peppers. She didn't say. Ask her. And what are we gonna do? The color definitely matters. We can text my mom and ask her. Is that just me? Text her and ask which one she wants. No, it doesn't matter. We'll have to get one of every color. I'll text my mom. Oh, there we go. Real quick and ask. She left it out. That means I get to... Oh, I like this one too, though. I don't know. What do you think? Text mom. Make sure we get the one she needs. If only you had, say, a mobile device that lets you contact people in other places. You tried to fish out your phone while balancing the basket. Cove held a hand out to take it and you accepted the help. Yes, please. Please don't make me drop my phone. With both hands free, you were able to type out a brief message to ask about the pepper colors. Watch her be like, oh, we wanted like ghost chili peppers. What the fuck are you talking about, colored peppers? Then you stared, waiting at the screen. Cove hovered nearby to peek over your shoulder. The reply icon appeared, and you felt Cove leave it. Oh, he's engaged in the drama. Just the regular green ones is what she sent back. That's easy. And he was right. You picked up the requested green peppers, tossing a few in the basket. Produce acquired. Do. I feel like I should get like a little gold star. All that was left was to go through the line, but as you approached the cash registers, Cove stopped in his tracks. Oh, while we're here, I want to get something too. I need fruit for breakfast tomorrow. Oh, hello? Oh, hi, Mixie! How was Splatoon? He glanced back at the unsurely? Oh, unsurely at the selection you just left. Whatever it is, you better hurry, because I'm getting in line. Cove, you had plenty of time for that before we were leaving. I can go back and look with you. Did you still have, like, connection issues and shit? Or was it better tonight? That coaxed a small smile from him, his tension eased.
Sorry.
It's fine, we can take a little more time to do this. Flatfest is I have no idea what that is, but, sure. Cove gratefully led you back to the fruit stands. I just knew that you were playing Splatoon. I didn't know it was, like, for anything. You let his eyes wander across the options, seriously considering his decision. The big PvP community event? Okay. It happens, like, once a month. Cool. I don't know anything about it, but I hope it was fun for you. Not bothering to rush, you walked up and down the produce aisle for the second time that trip. Finally, something caught his attention. Transparent cases containing fresh blueberries. I can't just eat straight blueberries, really. I mean, I can, they're okay. But I usually have to, like, do something with them or put them on something. Despite the suddenness of how it happened, you were genuinely glad Cove was able to get something nice for himself during the visit to the store. It made the trip even more worthwhile. After that, you completed separate orders for what you were getting. The produce was packed away into paper bags. You both had what you needed in hand, errand finished. You and Cove stepped back into the night. Cove lightly swung his bag back and forth in his grip as you peered squintingly into the dark parking lot. When we left Baxter, he said he was gonna go into town and hang out too. And I wonder if, like, I don't know if he's gonna show back up, but also if we would have had a different option if we weren't dating Cove. To, like, hang out with him. Curious. He smiled slightly, a gentle expression on his lips. Thanks for inviting me to the grocery store. You don't have to thank me for that. Thanks for keeping me company. Thank my mom for sending me to do this. You're welcome. Thanks for keeping me company. After a moment of walking further into the parking lot, he sighed mildly. As nice as Cove was about this, he had to be tired after working a full shift. Yeah, let's go home. We're going home. It's fine. I'm sorry, baby. A very brief exchange really summed it up. Cove shook his head to himself, bemused, replacing his worn-down expression. When did a busy day go from having way too many ways we wanted to play, or having some extra homework, to having to spend all day at a job and then running errands after? That's just the rest of your life, I guess. I don't want to talk about it. Oh. Hello, thank you for the follow. I don't know. When we became grown-ups. I don't know, but it sucks. Hey, this is better than high school. This is the true adult experience, working, buying food, and then squeezing in human interaction while you're doing other productive stuff. Oh! Yeah! Oh god, I found it on Steam months and months ago for free? And I played through it the first time just kind of like on my own because I didn't think anybody would be too interested. Oh! Hey! Lumi. Which Lumi? Sorry, I'm trying to... Hold on. I can check. Sorry, I'm really bad with names. Oh, cool. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I found it for free on Steam a while ago, and I played through the free version. And then I was like, oh, I actually really enjoy this game. It might be fun to actually stream it. And then I got the DLC, and now I'm streaming everything again. Nice. Well, thank you for hanging out. Were you the one I was talking to yesterday? Or one of the ones I was, well, indirectly talking to? Oh, the little cove. Yes! Because I was on Mixie's stream, and she was talking to, like, 3 other people, and then I was, like, talking through her. Well, I guess Kid Me did always think older people spent their lives at their jobs. I was right all along. You laughed and you had to agree. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Gotcha. Co's eyes narrowed at his mouth opened slightly. He was having a thought. I may have. I don't remember all the yay for Lalafels. I don't remember who I do anything with. I'm sorry. Terrible.
I think.
Your moms need this stuff for tomorrow's dinner, not tonight, right? Uh-huh. And nothing's frozen, so you don't need to get home urgently or anything. Would you want to go across the parking lot to that fast food place? We could get something. You know, it's still open. Doesn't matter how late it is. It might be nice. You perked up at the suggestion. It sounded like fun. Let's go for it. Let's drop the groceries off, then we can go. You agreed, and Cove strolled over to the cars, buoyed. Is that at the thought of something to look forward to? And McDonald's! I'm going to pretend it's not McDonald's and it's like one of like the like local fast food chains. Like I think around my area we have, well, so like there's Five Guys, which is like really greasy, crazy stuff, but it's kind of fun. And then there's also like Cheeseburger Bobbies and stuff like that. And so there's Arby's. Yeah, it's at least a Wendy's. I think Five Guys is like oh my god, if this was like in the Pittsburgh area, we're gonna we keep going off and like we're never gonna get through this fucking chapter. Uh, so if you ever go to like the Pittsburgh area, you have to go to Permane Brothers. You have to go to Permane Brothers. It's not like burgers. They're more like they're just called sandwiches, but they're so good. They're so good. It is super crazy. Like, the food is fine, but I actually can't go in the building because the smell of grease bothers me so much. Permane Brothers, but there's like an I at the end. So, it's like P-A-M-N... Permane... M-N-I? I don't know. I don't remember how it's spelled. But they make these sandwiches and they're like huge, decked out. They're crazy, and they have like, and they always have like fries and coleslaw in them because it's a Pittsburgh thing. I don't know. It's weird, but it's so good. It's so good. I miss it so much. And it's only local. It's only local to Pittsburgh. It makes me sad. Unless they've gotten bigger since then, but I'm not sure. He placed his bag in the back of the car and then let you store yours inside as well. With the groceries taken care of, it was a short walk to the burger joint. There were 3 cars lined up in the drive-thru, which wasn't too bad. Oh, yeah, very... You know what? I'm going to say it's at least a Wendy's. Okay? At least. I will not take McDonald's as an answer. You had to go all the way around the building to get to the front entrance, but soon you were under another set of bright fluorescent lights. Ew. Luckily, there was no line inside the building, so you stepped right up to the counter and you glanced over the menu. You remembered eating here before with Cove, back when Kira had taken you both years ago. The menu looked pretty much the same from what... Oh, this is the place she took us, but we just went through the drive-thru that time. Cool. It was missing the mozzarella sticks, but most of the other items were familiar. Oh, they don't have mozzarella sticks anymore. This place sucks. Yes, hello. I would like one of everything on your dessert menu. Cove. 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 Why are you like this? He's... Why are you like your mom? He kept a straight face. It didn't surprise you. He brushed his hand against the back of his head, and his polite smile for the employee mom rubbed off on me. After the cashier made sure Cove was being serious, it was your time to order. Oh, fuck. Ooh, spicy chicken sandwich. Sunday! Cookies! Hold on, jalapeno poppers. I want the cookie. Okay, it's fine. That's fine. That's it. He wasn't the only one indulging. I got a meal, a side, and a cookie. That's it. That's all I got. That is perfectly reasonable. You wrapped your ordering process, paid, and got the number 264, then claimed it. Okay. Sat down across from Coke. In a booth where you had a good view of the front counter. It was nice to have the pick of the place. Thanks for doing this. I'm looking forward to this. Too bad the mozzarella sticks are gone. I'm not worried you're gonna finish all of that. Oh, I didn't even notice. I wonder when they got rid of them. But neither of you had an answer. Yeah. Then you took out your phone to text your moms about your delay home. You didn't want them to worry. Cove watched you before pulling out his phone as well. Maybe for the same reason you did. Cove, I absolutely adore your dad, but I don't think I mean, I don't want to say he doesn't give a shit, but he'll let you do whatever the fuck you want, right? Like, if Cove doesn't show up until late, he'll just be like, oh, he was out. He was fine. He trusts you, like, a lot. He definitely does not give a shit. I mean, he cares. Yeah, like, in a caring way. When the updates were sent, it was back to being just you and your neighbor once more. I've missed you, even if you weren't ever really gone. It's been less time than I am accustomed. Yeah, you don't sneak into my window anymore like you should. What? I didn't say anything. Cove tapped his fist on the table definitively. He paired that action with a childish pout. If someone saw him like this, they might have assumed he was throwing a fit over not getting the toy that comes with the kids' meal. I feel the same way. I'm really glad we're doing this. We demand more time with each other. Okay. You're really cute. You're so spoiled. In fairness, I kind of made him that way. I just shower him in attention, really. So that's my own fault. He beamed at you sincerely, a ray of sunshine at this late-night food trip. When the number was called, Cove hopped up from his seat before you could react, pouting in adorable ways.
Don't worry about it.
It's much funnier on Scrawl, though, because Scrawl is like sharp-jawed, beefy boy. So when he's sitting there pouting, it's a funny image. Whereas, like, Cove is sweet baby face. I've got it, save our spot. Bitch, there's nobody in here. Alright, see you. I'm helping get that. You nodded in agreement. You shook your... Alright. I kind of want to help him. Yes, save our spot from who? I want to help him. Alright, I guess we probably don't have to worry about somebody taking our seats. Yes, there's nobody in here. He threw a glance across the empty restaurant with a smirk. You snickered as you both walked over to the counter together. There were 2 trays sitting on the counter. Cove grabbed the one that was mostly his dessert items, leaving space for you to reach the other. Cove picked up the milkshake he got and passed it to you, and then he grabbed the tray of food. This way we don't accidentally spill. You agreed at Cove's plan and worked together to bring back the food. Once you had everything situated and placed on the table, the 2 of you returned to your seats. Oh! Oh, cutie! Oh! Oh! I got a picture! I got a picture with his little milkshake! He's so cute! Now I'm craving like Wendy's Frost. Oh, stop! I already ate dinner, so I can't go get Wendy's. Cove didn't hesitate before digging in. He took a large bite of his cookie and immediately sipped his milkshake. Oh! Then he took a spoon and said, oh, it's so cute! Oh, is it too cold? You made an attempt to follow up with a bite of his apple pie as well, but bailed with a distressed look on his face. You tilted your head in the silent question. Hot. Stood next to the milkshake, taking a dedicated... Dude, You gotta chill. I also started to taste yours. It really wasn't bad. In only a minute, Cove's cookie was gone. You wouldn't be surprised if the milkshake wasn't far behind. He smiled as he enjoyed himself. You flicked a straw wrapper at him. You teasingly offered to feed. I don't know about that. You found a paper discarded from the straw Cove used for his milkshake. You squished it into a ball while he was distracted and then very deliberately launched it at Cove. Your aim was true and it hit him square in the nose. 10 points. Cove was shocked when it struck. Once he looked from the paper ball on the table to your mischievous grin, your attack finally dawned on him. He pouted and drank his drink with a feel of great betrayal. You snorted at his reaction with his lip. Oh! He broke into a smile and then shook his head at the silliness. But he made sure to collect the Oh no! Oh. He's just preventing me from using weapons. I feel like I'm waiting for him to, like, launch it back at me. You felt so glad Cove agreed to come along with you on your initial grocery trip. And equally happy you accepted his invitation here. A little time off your feet, a little something to eat, you felt more energized than before. He's gonna drink all of that milkshake and he's not even gonna share with me. You continued to chat, mess around, laugh, and enjoy yourselves. For the first time that night, you felt like you weren't totally grown up after all. I mean, we paid for this ourselves, so... This is actually a totally normal thing for, like, me to do. Although I usually don't sit in the building. I just order the food and then have an existential crisis while I eat shitty food. You know, that's it. That's what happens. Yay! Mood. Man, I want a Frosty. I can't do that right now. I need money. I need money for rent. Can't go get Frosties. I don't remember what this one was about. Oh, I do remember what this one was about. Okay. Another placid summer day was drifting by. Your daydreams were chasing We're chasing each other. None sticking around long enough to become a firm plan, but you really didn't mind that right now. Tapping worked its way into those dreams, focusing more, you realized it was coming from your window. A grin popped on your face, as though it had been waiting all day for this moment. It's midday! Wait, it's midday. He doesn't need to come through the window. He finally comes to the window. But it's midday. He could have just come in. He could have just come to the door. Heading to the window, you could see Cove outside. His habit of climbing this way really was true Cove-ism. He'd rather scale your house than wait a couple extra minutes for you to come down. It's not even a couple minutes. It's like 30 seconds. You stood aside to give him space. You held your hand out to him. Yeah. You offered Cove a hand to help him. Once he was almost inside, he took it to help steady the last bit of his entrance. He needed the help, despite how many times he'd done this. Hey. Hi. You think my moms would invest in bigger windows? Alright. To be fair, you have a double-sided window back there. This is pretty big. Cove laughed at that and took one last look at his exclusive entrant. Oh my. He hummed at the teasing look on his face. Maybe. Cove's voice came out quietly with a strange, pleased smile on his face. Your window was already giant. Did something happen? Cove opened his mouth to answer, only to have your phone vibrating cut him off. You both turned to where it rested a little further up on your bed. It was still face down, so you couldn't tell who was calling. It's okay. Your attention shot back to Cove. He smiled at you awkwardly.
Don't worry about it.
It could be important. You shuffled forward and scoped the little noisemaker scooped, oh my god, scooped the little noisemaker into your hand. You flipped it over and checked to the caller ID. It's Miranda. I want to say hi too. With a nod, you accepted the call and set it to speaker. I'm actually really happy. I mean, it's kind of weird to have the phone, but because you got to like pick the color and then, you know, my cute little Sharky keychain. I think it's cute. Hi, Miranda. Hi. There was something off about her tone. Cove met your gaze and you saw the same confusion in his expression.
Have you heard from Terry?
Have you heard from Terry at all, or did you hear about her from Cove? Quick to tell her Cove's here too. No, she hasn't called me, but Cove is with me right now. Hi. Oh, hi, Cove. Is that what you were going to say? He shook his head no before realizing that it wasn't a good enough answer when one person couldn't actually see it.
Oh,
No, Terry hasn't called me today either. Is something wrong? At that, Miranda couldn't hold herself together any longer. The muffled sobs from the other side of the line were unmistakable. Terry doesn't like me anymore, if she ever did. Oh no. Drama. What? That doesn't sound right. You're probably her best friend out of all of us. Hi, Raffle! Yeah, why do you think that? She sniffled and there was a pause and you could hear her shift her phone to the other hand. Terry was here the other night watching movies with me. We were up super late. She realized her parents probably went to bed so they couldn't pick her up. My mom and dad were definitely asleep then. Dad works early. I tried telling her it was okay to just spend the night and we could text her parents what happened, but Terry really didn't want to. You glanced at Cove, who looked equally unsure as you about where the story was going. It didn't sound like a friendship-ending situation. Yep. I suggested things to make it easier if she was nervous, like she could sleep by herself in my room while I stayed somewhere else. Yeah. And I said we didn't have to sleep at all. We could have kept watching movies until one of our parents woke up. I wouldn't have minded. I know not everyone can do sleepovers, but Terry wouldn't even tell me what was really wrong or what I could do to help. I thought we could tell each other anything. I guess I was wrong. Did she stay in the end? No, we got too loud in the kitchen and my dad woke up. He offered to drive her home when he heard what was wrong. She texted me apologizing for my dad having to do that when he needed rest, but it was... Oh, but that was it. She isn't talking to me anymore. You could hear every bit of the tears and heartbreak in Miranda's voice. This continued to be a shock for your neighbor. But Cove recovered and spoke gently. I'm really sorry. I'm really confused.
I mean,
There's no way Terry wanted to make you feel this bad or that she's just done with your friendship because of this. It'll be okay. I hope Terry's alright. It's really weird that she reacted like that. It's not a big deal, honestly. Oh no. Well, don't freak out about it. It's fine. You couldn't imagine an alternative. Miranda's voice sounded a little bit more collected after finishing her story, but you knew that the crying was far from being done. I thought she'd have reached out to one of you by now. Maybe she's not talking to anyone. Sorry for bothering you and Cove about this. We're here for you. Right, you can tell us things. Her shaking voice finally conveyed a little optimism or at least relief that she wasn't dealing with it entirely on her own. If you do hear from her or anything, could you let me know if she's alright? We can. Thanks, let's talk later, okay? It didn't really seem like an especially productive point to end the call, though you also weren't sure where to go from there. Looking to Cove, his face seemed as lost as yours. With no alternative, you hung up and put your phone back on your bed. Cove crossed his arms, a frown creasing his face. He began to pace the length of your room, clearly trying to put the pieces together in his head in a way that made sense. Don't overthink it, baby. It's not as serious as it sounds. You were worried. You felt pretty confident about this working out well. It sounded like trouble to you. I'm sure it's not as serious. Well, I don't know if I would say it this way is all. I just don't think it's as serious as, like, maybe everybody's making it out to be. Yeah, it'll be okay. It was no fun hearing Miranda so sad, and you can definitely empathize, but right now, there was no reason to get too worked up. It was only a matter of time until Terry reached out to someone, and you were sure hearing her side of things would clear it up. The empty state of your head before learning this was not helping you now. You couldn't put two thoughts together, and flopping back on your bed, you stared into space. We should probably try calling Terry. Cove's voice managed to drag you back to some grounding. He'd stopped pacing, but you still saw a perturbed look on his face. Is this really something we should get involved with right now? Cove's mouth pressed into a hard line. At the moment, it seemed like the two of you were on very different wavelengths as to how to deal with this. Oh.
Come on.
I want to talk to Terry. She's my friend too. Fine, then let's call her. Cove looked away, pulled his phone out. He went over and stood at his side. Bruh, just text Terry and be like, hey, what's up? Yeah. Like, you don't have to get into the drama. I agree, you can just be like, are you good? Like, we just want to make sure you're not dead. Cove let it ring and ring and ring. Terry didn't answer. There wasn't even an option to leave a voice message. Text her. Your shoulders slumped and Cove looked even more troubled. If that was possible, he turned to you as if it was some lifeline. Could you try calling? I'm going to send a text just like, hey, I was trying to reach you, call me or something. Yee. You took up your phone once more. Unfortunately, after another set of blah. The line went dead, no answer, no voicemail. Yeah. Hanging up, you saw Cove visibly deflate and rubbed his arms, his eyes distant, openly struggling with the whole affair. I don't like this at all. They're fighting, we barely know anything, and we're supposed to just wait and see. Yes! Yeah, baby, I'm sorry. That's how it be. Like, I totally get it. It's like anxiety when you have to wait. But it's actually, like, not our business at all. It's just chill. Send her a couple texts. And when she's ready, she'll text us back. Despite it only being a minute since he texted Terry, Cove checked his phone again. He was desperate for progress, for something, and you frowned as you watched him. You need to try and relax. You're making me anxious. There's no way Terry has answered you. They're gonna get over it, you know. Cove stared hard at the screen as though he was trying to will a new message to appear. As your words sank in, his gaze slid over towards you. Just a little bit. Come on, you're working yourself up. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and released it slowly, It wasn't much, but you could see him ease up slightly. Yeah, you're probably right. I usually am. Cove was still gripping his phone with both hands as though it might fly away if he let go. He looked to you with almost painful earnestness. Should we, what do we even say if we do hear from one of them? I mean, we just heard from Miranda, but there's nothing to say to her. His pacing resumed as he attempted to answer his own question. But it was written all over his face that he had no idea how to tackle any of this. He slowly came to another halt, like a gear winding down. We should find out Terry's side of the story. We should just comfort Miranda and let up with Terry. I don't know. We should only tell them to work it out between themselves. That's it. I wondered why you always had to come up with things. Yeah. Nothing could be done until we knew what she thought of this. That much was certain. For several minutes, you both remained in silence, drowning in your thoughts. Eventually, Cove turned around. I'm gonna text Terry that we already know what's going on. Maybe she'll have an easier time talking with us because she won't have to pretend to explain. Yeah, that might be the only way to get her attention. You can't do that. Miranda didn't say it was alright to admit she talked to us. You felt way too overwhelmed to know what to say next. I think you're pushing too much. It's not a good idea. You wondered why you always had to come up with things. It's because you're the protagonist. It's your job. I feel like that plan is fine. That's fine plan. With the two of you on the same page, he steeled his gaze and prepared for texting. I mean, it makes sense, right? But if she doesn't text after that, you kind of gotta chill. You gotta let her do her thing. Yet carefully, he was giving a full attention to his words. You slid up next to him and looked, trying to watch what he was writing. Cove rapidly typed out, "Hey, Little and I really want to talk to you. Miranda told us what happened. Please reply back." And sent. We'll just have to see what happens. Quietly, you felt nervous. I wish you weren't so concerned with everyone else's feelings, but mine. Wait, what? I wish you weren't so concerned with everyone else's feelings. I'm sure it's not meant that way, but that almost kind of sounds like a shit thing to say. It'll definitely be alright, Cove. Things are okay. Hopefully she gets back to us pretty soon. Great, can we do something else now? You're being dramatic. Alright, well, don't be a shit. Aw, come on. Like, who picked this? Did anybody pick this option? You gave your best smile in hopes of cheering him up. He gave a weak smile of his own in return. I'm sure, like, maybe the game would phrase it in a not-so, like, shit way. It just sounded really... Like, I'm not upset that he cares about the friends. I just think he needs to calm down a little. Like, we can help them, but if you're freaking out, that's not going to help anybody. I hope so, I really do. A small noise escaped his lips. All the frustration at the situation crumbled away from his face, and he spoke softly. Thanks, Little. I'm glad it's not just me with all of this happening. I mean, we are a quartet of friends. Cove took one look at his phone and then put it away. His effort at a smile was meager but earnest.
It's okay.
We can just forget about it for a while. Terry will talk to us when she wants to. Exactly. You smiled just a bit. Finally, that sounded good to me. I'd like to be alone for a while. Could you leave? I mean, maybe there are, like, parts of this I think, depending on the conversation, like, the different... Why would you want him to leave? I think depending on, like, how the conversation could have gone, the two of them, like, we were kind of butting heads a little. At least at the beginning, because he was freaking out, and I was like, hey, you know, chill, bro. And I think, like, had that continued, the two might have clashed a little bit more. And so maybe this option is, like, closer to, like, if that happened. Or maybe you just want to cope with the fact that your friends are fighting yourself. I don't know. I feel like this option did kind of come out of nowhere for me. But whatever. And you meant it. Exhaling some of your own concerns away, the last thing you wanted was to fight with— Yeah, I think you guys can start a fight here. I think you guys can, like, get into it a little bit. Oh, maybe if you pick, like, one of the shit answers, too. Remember, like, we just called out those two answers were, like, shit answers, asshole answers. Because I guess if you call him out for, like, being dramatic, he would be upset. Like, that makes sense to me. Yeah, it comes out of nowhere for us, because I'm like, no, me and Cove are chill. Like, we're on the same page here. A silence stretched on in what felt like hours, but it likely wasn't that long before there was a knock at your bedroom door and Mom peeked in. I just wanted to check in on you. Oh, Cove, when did you get here? Oh, you know. When she saw you were there, she opened the door all the way. Ma was standing there as well, and she slipped past her wife to come inside your space. What's going on? We're okay. It's just Miranda called earlier. She and Terry are fighting, but none of us know what's going on with Terry. Your parents exchanged a meaningful look, though its meaning was lost on you. That's too bad. I'm sorry there's trouble with your friend, sweetie, but is there anything we can do to help? Out of the corner of your eyes, you saw Cove rub his arm awkwardly, unable to add anything. No, we're just waiting to see if Terry calls or texts, or if Miranda does. Well, we can at least help you take your mind off of things while you're waiting. We can get the whole gang together for some quality time. Mom gave you a soft smile and added, this'll be good, especially since it might help us make up for what happened at the— Are we still talking about that? It's fine. Yes, it'll be wonderful. I'll go see what Liz is up to right now. Excited, she fluttered a few steps away and then stopped. She pivoted on her heels and raised a single finger, flashing a big smile at Cove. And of course, Cliff will be welcome too. Oh, did you miss that one? I don't remember what you've been here and what you haven't been here for. The farmer's market thing is both of the families went to the farmer's market, and the moms basically hatched a plan to abandon all the 19-year-olds and Liz to just wander the market on their own. And the plan was to, like, let the kids kind of be independent and let them do what they want kind of thing. And their logic was that the kids are so nice that if, like, they offered to do that without tricking us into it, we wouldn't have said yes. We would have just hung out with our parents. And they were like, oh, we thought you would just, like, have more fun without us. But they just didn't communicate that. They just abandoned everybody. And, like, Cove and me and Liz were all left on our own and confused and just ended up wandering the market and buying whatever the fuck we wanted anyway. And they feel kind of bad about it, because when we all met up, we were, like, annoyed with them. And I'm like, I don't know, it's fine, whatever, I don't give a shit. I'm just, like, I don't know, I'm too, like, I guess laid back of a person to, like, get into the drama parts of the game. Because they're like, are you upset that they did that to you? And I'm like, I mean, I guess I'm mildly annoyed, but not really. Well, they did it on purpose. Like, they kept it a secret on purpose. I think because they thought it, like, might be fun. But, it just turned out that it kind of annoyed Cove, and you can be very angry about it. That's an option, that you can be very upset about it, of course. I just wasn't. And then Liz was, like, lukewarm on it, too. And then Cove's dad didn't know until they told him later. He was just as confused as everybody else. Knowing your family was always there for you, that couldn't be underestimated. In fact, it meant everything to you that your moms cared so much. I do love my moms. I really appreciate this. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. That's nice.
You're welcome.
You're both very welcome. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it, not so, kiddos. Leave things to us. Just relax and we'll call you when we're all together. You nodded and your moms dispersed for now, springing into action for the impromptu get-together. Why did they come up here in the first place? You flopped down in your bed, feeling like you could sink into it, and disappeared. Cove, meanwhile, took a spot on a chair off to the side. You sighed at the same time, and Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. He gave his phone another quick check, and his eyebrows furrowed. Still nothing? Yeah, this is crap. Yeah. Cove chewed the inside of his cheek as if to mimic the stress that was clearly eating away at him. What's really wrong? One disagreement doesn't make you act like this. That got a pointed pause in his movements. Cove was carefully trying to put his thoughts together, and he spoke in a fragile voice. When people you care about, when they're unhappy with each other, there's nothing you can do. At least when you're in a fight yourself, you have some responsibility, some control over it. I wish it didn't have to happen, but that isn't possible, so oh well, I guess. His attempt at giving a nonchalant shrug after that was pitiable. Yeah, it makes me feel horrible too. True, but you're right that it can't be helped. It's whatever, other people can do what they want, right?
I know.
He replied like he could barely muster the strength to speak. Well, we just have to focus on the things we can impact, or at least try. You turned to Cove, hoping your eyes conveyed the message you were feeling better than your words. His gentle nod told you that they did. But is it because of what happened with your parents? You reflected on everything you had learned about Mr. Holden, Kira, their relationship, and their son. They went through a lot. Oh yeah, you missed that chapter was long. Cove ran a hand through his hair, a strange smile spreading across his face, spreading across his lips. For him, this pain struck close to his heart. Just as quickly as it had come, his smile was gone, lost amidst his faraway gaze. Yeah, you know what happened. It's like my parents. He whispered his thoughts distantly, almost unconcerned with whether he could hear them or not. They used to fight all the time. Sorry.
Don't worry about it.
Cove gazed reassuringly at you. It's not like that anymore, right? Things are so different now. Better. I don't even really think about it. Again, the sorrow reasserted itself. When he continued, you could barely hear him. Though I guess it's pretty obvious I haven't forgotten either. He tried to smile for him. You crossed the room and took his hand. You went over and placed a hand on his shoulder. You hugged it. Hug. Hug seems more appropriate. My issue with, the always kiss the boy thing is that, there's definitely parts where I don't think it's maybe necessarily appropriate. Even though, I'm sure it's nice. It's a nice, reassuring kiss. But, hug. We will give hug. You crossed the room, picked up a little bit of speed, and Cove's eyes widened. He shot out of his chairs and stood waiting for you with a nonplussed. He doesn't have to wait. I can just come give him a hug. Hug is more comfortable. Yeah, I think so too. When you collided with him, wrapping your arms around him, his middle and knocking the air I didn't mean to hug him that hard. Damn. All mystery was gone, Cove squeaked.
Oh.
Oh. He returned to the gesture longingly. Exhaling, you pressed your cheek into the warmth of his chest. The tension stuck inside you, released like a river flowing into the ocean that was Cove. Why did you hug him? Yeah, it was like a running hug. It's a little much. I meant to just like walk over and do like gentle. But okay. Whatever works, I guess. The firmness of his hug told you Cove didn't plan on letting go anytime soon. You both needed the comfort and the closeness for just a little bit longer. When he finally did, he kept hold of your hand. The two of you took a seat again, this time side by side on your bed. Today was a lot, huh? Yeah, it was. You sat there contently, you leaned against him, you caressed his hand. Nudge the boy. Resting the side of your head onto his shoulder. You glanced up at his face. Cove watched you affectionately. In that gentle gaze, you finally felt like everything was going to be okay. No matter what happens, we can make it work. His mouth pulled into a bent smile. At that, you chuckled, resting your head comfortably back on his shoulder.
Me too.
I think so too. Cove leaned in, delicately pressing his lips to your forehead, and he raised one free hand to gently touch your jaw. A breath got caught in your throat. When you remembered to breathe. Yeah, that's fair. Blood rushed your face, turning your skin deep red. You tried not to think about how hot you were feeling because after everything that happened today, you were just grateful for the moment. Oh, I didn't know if we would get into that kind of distraction. Like, for a while you stayed like that. A comfortable quiet fell between the two of you, and then the sun fell with it. Now that he is initiating, we can kiss them. The warming calm ended when Cove gasped sharply. You spun, half expecting to find him nursing an injury, but instead found him staring straight ahead. What? You scared me. I probably fall asleep there, actually. I think my phone just... You think or you know? I feel like most people are tuned into that. He patted his pockets, fumbling. Calm down! And yanked the phone out. The force of the action nearly catapulted the device out of his grip entirely, but he caught it just in time. Getting hot and bothered by intense Look! He's hot, okay? Ghost vibrations are a thing. This is true. That's true. Yeah. But usually, like, when it actually goes off, I know it actually went off. But then when the ghost vibrations happen, I'm like, did it? That's how I know it's fake. Right? Like, if I'm questioning, it's weird. When I tell you this man is so fine. When I tell you this man is scrumdiddlyumptious. Hands clap. I didn't want to, like, fuck with the mic too much. It's Terry, thank God she says she's sorry. Oh, we know she's alive. Yay, she's alive. He looked back to you, eyes wide, as his nerves started to fray once more. Calm down, scrum, diddly, Stop. What could I say? Give it a second, I need to think. Tell her to call us, ask her what's going on, ask if she's talked to Miranda. Ask her what's going on. He nodded and began typing. Cove was aware that his blunt words could sometimes make others bristle, even though he never meant them to hurt. Cove's phone buzzed nearly as soon as the message was sent. It's Terry again. She's talking to us. Yay! Watch her just be like, guys, my phone died. I'm so sorry. I'd be like, God damn it. She asked about what Miranda said, but wait. You leaned in, watching the conversation unfold in Cove's screen. She's actually gonna call. Cove held his breath as he waited. His circle of friends had always been small, so he'd managed to avoid the stress of seeing friends fighting. Yeah, our little group doesn't really do the drama. You suspected he was feeling this even more keenly, both because this was so uncommon and the friends so important to him. His phone rang out. Cove jammed the answer button. He switched the phone to speaker mode, allowing you to participate. But despite his immediate reaction, his voice lacked the same resolve when he spoke. It was tentative, a white flag fluttering in the wind. Little is here too. Yeah, you might want to say that before she admits to anything questionable. We've been worried about you. Terry's voice was barely recognizable without her usual quick patter and energy.
Are you okay?
I don't know, probably not. How did you all fuck up so bad about something so stupid? Cove tensed, his free hand coiling into an anxious fist. What happened? Don't you know already? Miranda explained some of it, but it doesn't make sense to us. You heard Terry sigh over the phone as she unburdened herself. Pretty much, I was at Randy's house. We decided to watch some movies she super liked and I'd never seen before. Turns out there's a lot of those. We watched one, then another, and another. We were having so much fun. Each time one finished, she had another one to share with me. Oh my god, Miranda is me. Miranda's me. Every time I have like a video or a show I want to share with friends, I'm like, let's go, we're doing this all in one night. And they're like, but this show has like 100 episodes. I'm like, I don't give a shit, you're stuck here now. I didn't really think about the time. I only wanted to say yes to Randy and watch her movies. She spoke wistfully about her words. Oh, but her words were full of affection. It was Randy, you know? I wasn't thinking about my schedule or what time it was. I get it. Then I finally saw the time and oh no, it was way too late. I already knew I couldn't stay. She took a deep breath, her voice becoming softer when she resumed talking. I was so stressed out, I just couldn't deal with it. Miranda wanted to help. She kept coming up with ways to make it better and trying to figure out why I was so upset. I was trying to answer her questions, and there were so many, but I couldn't really answer all of them. I didn't even know why some of her ideas didn't work for me. It made my head ache. I still had the first problem, and Randy was there trying to help, blasting all these questions and suggestions at me faster than I could even think. I got frustrated and told her to just leave me alone, but then she wanted to talk about why I wanted that, and we started having a fight in the kitchen. It woke Randy's dad up. We told him about how I wanted to go home, but my parents couldn't get me. So Mr. Eckert offered to do that. That's nice of him. I know. I accepted because I definitely couldn't stay then, not after throwing a racket and turning it into a big deal. But I feel awful and embarrassed. Why did I yell at Randy and hurt her feelings? And I made her dad lose sleep by waking up and having to drive me home. What do you say after that? I have no idea. I don't know where to start, and I don't want to make it worse by saying the wrong thing. So I am not talking. Isn't mad that you didn't want to stay or that you fought. She just wants to feel like you can talk to her. I mean, you can say whatever you want. She'll listen. Not talking to her at all is pretty much the only wrong way to go about it. I agree. Terry lamented mournfully on the other end of the line, but he had a point. Unless she faced Miranda again, there would be no resolution. He looked at Cove, hunched over his phone, staring pensively into it and searching for a solution. This couldn't be solved with the other key party missing. But what if you brought them in? Your phone was still free. What if we called Miranda? That way you could talk to her, but wouldn't have to do it alone. Cove brightened up, concerned furrow in his brow, which had taken root when Miranda first called, eased. Now we're just like conspiring. She made a noise that wasn't a word, but nevertheless conveyed her hesitation and worry. Close decision and exhaled, as if pushing all negative thoughts from her body. Cove nodded. Now that you've received approval from everyone, you pulled out your phone and called Miranda. You set it to speaker and waited for her to pick up. Luckily, she did. This is gonna be terrible quality. They're talking like phone, speakerphone, to another speakerphone. Hi, little. Her voice was still distant, as if her thoughts were elsewhere, but it was loud enough for your needs. Hi, you're on speaker. Terry is on speaker too, on Cove's phone. That sounds needlessly complicated. Oh. She paused while she digested the information. You watched the phone screen, hoping she wouldn't hang up as a result. Really? Yep, it's really me. Can you hear my voice all the way from your house to theirs, and then mine? You and Cove exchanged looks, waiting for the wall between them to break and wondering who would be the one to do it. Yes, it does. As the quiet dragged on, you caught Cove chewing his cheek. He must have weighed up the same question as you, whether to encourage the conversation along or leave Miranda and Terry to resolve it. Then they can call each other! Like, come on. The answer came in the form of one sniff, followed by another from Cove's phone. Sorry, Randy. I hope you still like me. You were the one acting as if you didn't like me. Her tone was defensive, no doubt a result of her wounds from last night still being raw. No way, everyone likes Randy. Your eyes met Cove's. His phone was tilted towards you, capturing the call indirectly. You moved your phone closer to his, hoping that the signal was strong enough to convey every nuance of tone. Cove did likewise, bringing his cell next to yours, even bumping against it as he shifted his grip. Oops. I didn't know what to say. That's the only reason I couldn't talk to you. If I had known the answer, I'd have told you right away. Miranda murmured on the other end of the line. You didn't want to stay. Anything I tried to do bothered you, and you could have told me you didn't know. Yeah, I think I was angry at myself. I did a dumb thing and didn't want help with it. I wanted to be mad and just deal with it myself. Oh. When she spoke again, her voice was quiet, as tender and vulnerable as the words.
I'm sorry.
Staying up late, watching stuff was all my fault. I had to find a way to fix it. That's what I thought anyway, but I should have given you space. I'm sorry for being so pushy. hardly Miranda having a flaw. I've never heard of such a crazy thing. Oh man, I'm so happy that's settled. Can we go now? Maybe you should call each other now? Sorry. Can do. Thanks for giving me a kick in the butt to do. Yeah, oh my god. She hung up after squeezing in another quick bye, though not giving you or Cove room to respond to cut. Thank you for listening and helping. I'm gonna hang up now so I can answer Terry's call. Bye. Alright, I don't want to be that person, because I know it's probably kind of like the point that all it was like a communication issue. And that, like, I guess the idea is that, like, Terry's anxiety type stuff got the better of her about the situation. But I don't know, man. It's really hard for me to, like, get involved in stuff like this, even in games. Because I just am not at all interested. When, like, friends are having drama like this, I always used to just ignore it, and then they would be fine the next fucking day. They'd be fine. I'm like, I don't fucking need to be involved. The room felt emptier without the other voices in it. Cove expelled a sigh, then crashed through the newly fallen silence. He dropped his arms to his side, letting his head hang low like a puppet at rest. Thank God. They shouldn't have involved us in that. I'm so relieved it's okay. You were simply happy your friends made up. The day's events had drained you. You were content now that Cove seemed to be at ease again. Cove scratched at his face, his expression cloudy. I think I need to find better ways for dealing with conflict because that was awful. We could all probably do better at that. I think you did okay given the circumstances. Yeah, I think that would help. You didn't comment. I mean, you did okay. You just need to remember to chill. Right? You need to chill. Cove meekly smiled as he rubbed his eyes, weariness creeping over him, and mumbled his next words. Yeah, but I mean, like, to be fair, I've now played this part twice, and I really don't even entirely understand completely what the problem was. It was late at night. Terry got stressed out that she didn't get home when she was supposed to, and that I guess she was gonna get in trouble or something. And just didn't listen to anything Miranda was trying to say. I don't know, I guess it's just not something I can relate to too much, because I'm like, oh, there were tons of solutions, like, right in front of you, I guess. I don't know. It's hard for me to attach to that one in particular, because I just don't get it. I don't get what happened. We can talk about it another day. Conflict resolution methods? Oh no, forget it. Your eyebrows rose, and then a light bulb went off in your head. Before Miranda called, didn't you say there was something you'd wanted to say? Cove's original visit had been thrown off kilter. It was a struggle to wind your memory back to when he'd first turned up. Now you did, though. You remembered that he had been perky when he'd arrived this afternoon. Was it good news? Cove brushed his hands against the his now folded arms shyly. Well, yeah, maybe. I'm not exactly sure it counts as news or even good. It just is what it is. I'm happy about it, though. You were curious, but you didn't want to push Cove if he didn't want to speak about it. You didn't have to say anything, but if it makes you feel good, I think it is good news. Cove chuckled awkwardly, his hand creeping up to ruffle the hair on the back of his head. It's fine. If you want to hear, I can tell you. Just tell me! Please. He shifted on his feet as if a different posture might give him the support he needed for the conversation. I don't want to make it a big deal, but I kind of, well, not kind of. I just know what my sexuality is now. Oh. A real subject change, huh? He chuckled. True, it was unexpected, but you were excited that Cove had come to understand himself more, and glad he wanted to share that with you. Considering, I mean, I am his girlfriend, so, like, if he figured that out and it's not aligned, then this is about to be a very different conversation. That's great. Tell me more. Cove drew her breast, straightening up. Look at him growing. I'm demisexual, so you know, most of the time I don't really have those kinds of feelings, physical ones and stuff. Cute Cove. Cove is adorable. It's only in some situations when I'm already really emotional and romantically connected with someone that I start to ever think about anything sexual, and it's only with— oh! Me. I figured— that's great. Oh, you won't think so in a month. Girl, no. I hadn't heard the term until pretty recently, and it just made a lot of sense, since I knew what it meant. I had a word that fit how I felt. It's so cute. And I'm pan-romantic, because I've never had a preference for a specific gender or anything, so yeah. Yeah, I think he's this in every part of the game because he has to be aligned with you. Whatever you align yourself as, he needs to be, like, okay with that, right? So, because you can be, you know, gay, bisexual, pansexual, and trans, and all kinds of other stuff in this game. Or I think that, I mean, I don't know if there's other things to be. But, so he has to be okay with that. But I think that's cute. That makes sense. Cove looked down at the floor, being so open and direct about about a matter that personal, which you were sure he'd spent a long time trying to figure out, seemed to be kind of weird for him. He'd have to be pan-romantic regardless of what route you go on. Yeah. I mean, maybe there's other routes where I think if you're anything less than friends, this conversation probably doesn't happen, I would imagine. Despite that, there was a small, proud smile on his face, and when he looked up again, his gaze was steadfast. That's really nice to know. Have I ever pushed you or made you feel uncomfortable? So does that mean you're thinking sexual things about me? That's literally where my mind went. I'm terrible. I'm fucking awful. Can I pick all three, though? Because all of these are true. I want to ask the second one, but I don't think he'd be upset. I think it'll just embarrass him. I don't think he'll be upset, though. I think it's actually, like, an okay thing to say and kind of, like, ease some of the awkwardness. Fuck it. He flushed and frowned equally hard at the statement. He struggled to get out a response. Yeah. Oh. He just said yes. Okay. What kind of thoughts? Oh no. Little, you don't need to ask. Okay. You weren't sure that was true, but couldn't help chuckling at how bashful he was. And no matter what, you wouldn't be getting a more explicit response than that right now. The topic was dropped. Yeah, that's fair. I wanted to tease him. All this talk of Cove's sexuality made you reflect. It hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. The feelings on yours hadn't wavered. Your view had evolved since you were younger. No, it's the same. I don't give a shit. Cove had known for years now. It was heartwarming that he had reached a point where he felt similarly capable of discussing his own. You felt even closer. You felt his tiredness deep in the marrow of your bones. It had been a trying day. Now everything was neatly wrapped up, for today at least, and you had earned a rest. You want to stay the night? You can just, yeah, you can hang out. You'd had some good talks and come out of it not only knowing each other better, but yourself.
Hey.
We should probably head downstairs too, if your moms were still wanting everybody to get together. Yeah. With renewed spring in your step, you led the way out of your room. You got downstairs to find the others already assembled and waiting.
Hi.
Hello. Good to see you both. You weren't fucking up there, were you? Oh, I think I say it every single time. It's so fucking wild to me. I guess it's not as wild now since we're like 19. But, oh yeah, Liz! Liz is all grown up. She's so cute. It's fucking wild to me that the parents just let the teenagers hang out in their room upstairs with the door closed. Like, again, never in a million fucking years would any of my guardians have allowed that. Like, it's such a wild concept to me.
Hey.
There you were, trying to corral everyone into a group, but the two of you were already upstairs the whole time. Fucking! I mean, what? Nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. She a lady now. She pretty. Liz is so pretty. I love Liz. Yet you still look related despite being a dog. Mr. Holden Hill. Of course we were together. You paid little to stick to me, or did you forget? The statement was meaningless to your family, who looked at each other for answers in vain. Mr. Holden, who got the message loud and clear, seemed embarrassed. He's still salty. He will always be salty. Forever. He chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Ouch. You always know when to remind me of that one. It's gonna be your wedding. Hey, remember, he's gonna, like, make a speech, and he'd be like, oh, 10 something, well, more than 10, 20 years ago, I paid this little girl $20. Thank you, Dad, for buying me my wife. No. Uh-huh, I can't let you live it down yet. Can we hear exactly what the secret is? No, the moms don't know. The suspense is killing us. Better get everyone up to speed. He held up his hands, palms out, pacifying his audience, or perhaps holding them up as a shield in advance. At first day I met Little, I'd been worrying about Cove being alone for summer. There weren't a lot of kids around, and he wasn't exactly on the best terms with me at the time. Glanced around at your family, gauging their response. I felt like this was my one shot, so I kind of offered her $20 to be friends with Cove, and added that she couldn't tell him about it. Liz gasped. Ma was staring incredulously at Mr. Holden, while Mom's eyebrows had retreated into her hairline, and you and Cove, already knowing the story, were the only ones unaffected. But after a while, I really did honestly forget it even happened. He raised his hands higher, now level with his shoulders. Not a bad idea, you thought. If Mom felt inclined to throw a cushion at him, he'd probably manage to... I mean, I don't understand really being that upset about it. Like, I can be like, oh, you had to pay a kid to be friends with your son. That's kind of weird, I guess. But I don't know if I would be, like, angry. But whatever. I know that's bad, but I've had so many grand ideas over the years, it's hard to keep track of them all. Cove smiled, placing his hands on his hips and shaking his head at his father's antics.
Seriously?
I can't believe you, though also I totally can. Your moms were less indulgent. The shock had ebbed away to displeasure. Mom's foot was tapping rapidly as she frowned at the next-door neighbor, while Ma had her arms crossed over her chest and her lips pursed. I'm sorry, little, and I'm sorry for your parents, too. That was way out of bounds. You don't have to... I don't give a shit. I don't care. Like, it's such a non-issue for me. I totally saw Mr. Holden coming up to me with money and screamed, "Stranger danger," and booked it like the mad devil because I have watched you. So, my first playthrough, I didn't entirely know what to expect of this game, so I didn't know if it would take, like, darker routes. So when he first approached and was like, "Hey, I'll give you $20, I was like, no, I'm good. I'm just gonna go. I didn't run away, but I did, like, keep, like, comfortable distance, did not take the money, didn't engage more than I had to, and then was like, okay, bye, and left. It was really uncomfortable. Don't worry about it, everything worked out. Your moms gave each other that look, where they seemed to communicate with eyes, oh no, they're gonna kill him. Alright, well, that's that then, and it won't happen again.
Absolutely.
Mom, it's been like over 10 years. It's fine. Calm down. It was a little surprising that they were letting him off the hook, but on the other hand, it was a long time ago now, and you were sure your moms remembered those painful early days of Cove's arrival too. Mr. Holden wasn't a potential bad influence anymore, so a lecture would be probably moot. Instead, your ma gave him a lenient smile.
In that case...
Now that's settled. Why don't we find something to do? Nods of agreement cascaded through the group in a couple waves at the suggestion. Will always be dead. Yeah, I imagined he probably would be. Just because that way he is always, like, available to you as the player, right? It just makes a lot of sense. Mr. Holden's shoulders slumped with the release of tension. He brought his hands down, tucking them away into his pockets. How about cards? No! We can't play cards with them! There was a murmur of interest from the others. You were keen to play, that was fine with you. You play along with the others, you didn't really want to play cards. That was fine with me. I'll happily get my ass handed to me by Cove and his dad. In cards, again. Most of the group was eager to play, but Mr. Holden was demurring. I think I'll sit this one out. Where's the fun in that? Join in. We're not too angry with you. When I found Cove, I ended up immediately telling him about the cash because I was a blunt kid and made him cry. He valued my honesty for the rest of our days, and I still felt bad. In my first playthrough, I did not tell him when I was a little kid because I felt like it was going to be made into a bigger deal than I really thought it was. And I was like, I don't really want to make this into a problem because it's not a big deal to me. And I told him during, like, the second part of the game. During my first playthrough, which I actually thought was pretty good. That was also, I think, at the part of the game where I realized, oh, we are always going to have to tell him this. This isn't going to be something that's dropped. So I might as well just do it now. In this playthrough, I did it at 8 years old, because I wanted to see what would happen. Didn't end up telling him about the cash at all. I mean, I guess you can never tell him. You just elect to never do it. But I just imagined it would keep coming up, and so I was like, oh, just, you know, sure, I guess I'll tell him. How'd he handle it in... I actually considered it much better than the 8-year-old one. So in the 8-year-old one, he just kind of cries. And his dad comes out, and his dad is like, bro, it's fine. And it's kind of like done. In the 13-year-old one, you tell him while you're like hanging out at his house with both of his parents, and you basically tell him, and he immediately is just like super upset about it and confronts Cliff about it and is like, I can't believe you did this, you're always pulling shit like this. And it leads into the conversation about where he also invited Kira here without really communicating with Cove what the plan was, and it becomes this whole thing about like the whole family's there, and they end up like in a discussion about the issues they all have with each other. And I actually found it like pretty productive in terms of like a lot of stuff ended up getting resolved. It doesn't keep coming up after step 3. I was worried his dad would spill at the wedding though, and he hasn't. Yes, and I know there's a lot of people, but we can make it work. And then I was told by somebody that if you tell him in step 3, it's almost kind of more of a funny thing. Probably because him and his dad are like cool on step 3. And so they're just like, of course you fucking did that. But I haven't played it myself, so I don't know exactly what happens. I know there's a lot of people, but we can make it work. Mr. Holden shrunk into himself, embarrassed by their attention. Dad, you love playing cards. We do it all the time at our house. Yeah, remember the time I played over there? Those were serious games. We made bets with real money and everything. Are you excited for the Baxter DLC? Isn't it, Wait. Isn't that's Derek's DLC, isn't it? Yeah, Derek DLC. Yes. I am, but I won't be able to do it. Because I have no money to buy it right now. But maybe in the future I'll get it and I'll play it. I actually am, because I really do adore Derek. And I like Baxter too, so I'll be excited for his. Mr. Holden let me gamble in his house when I was No, we probably shouldn't be telling them that. Oof, yeah, no money sucks. Yeah, I mean, most of their DLCs even still are like $4, so it won't be too bad. And if I get it, I'll stream it. So that'll be fun. I do want to finish all of this first. I want to finish this playthrough first, and then I'll see if I can get the DLC at some point, and I'll stream that. Because I think it'd be cute. I really fucking adore Derek. He's so sweet. Mr. Holden broke under the combined force of everyone's attention. Cove and Little, you're adults now. You deserve to know the truth. Wait, I thought we already knew. I used to throw the card games so you could win. Oh! I see. I put up a good fight, but I always made sure to lose a lot more rounds than I won. I knew it! I knew he was letting me win! I knew it! He toyed with the end of his ponytail, clearly distressed at the second great secret he was revealing today. I know people want to be taken seriously and fake wins don't mean as much, but I couldn't help myself. It's so much better when everyone else got a chance to be victorious. Kira knew and went along with it. Yeah, I did. I called it. Oh. Oh, thank you for the follow. Cove laughed in disbelief that this was the thing his dad stressed out about. Hiding after the one stunt he pulled over the years. So what? Lots of parents do that. I hadn't guessed it, sure, though. Looking back, it makes sense. That's right. What's the big deal, Cliff? You can finally take the kid gloves off and give them a run for their money. He's gonna kick all of our asses. I was playing the Our Life 2 demo, and the customization increase was like, oh, the new one they're making? I'm kind of excited. It looks, maybe I'm thinking of a different game, but like, it looks really different. Because they have the Our Life, this one, and then they have the other Our Life one, which I think is Forever. This one is like, oh, hold on, I can just look. This one is beginning and always, and then the other one I think was like forever. Yeah, now and forever. I haven't looked into it too much. Maybe even actually money in your case. Mr. Holden smiled coyly, his gaze lowering. I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Why?
And why not? Because he's gonna kick our asses! Yes, autumn is my favorite season. Yeah, that's why it always looks like it was autumn in it. Or fall. It looks cute! He waved his hand expansively, the movements fluid and vague. It's just actually, I'm something of a card shark. I used to make lots of fast cash off games. Casual players don't have a shot unless it's a game of pure luck. God, he's so fucking hot though. I'm sorry. Didn't we know this? I guess we weren't told officially, but Kira told us that he was a card shark. Really? I thought we knew this. Maybe it's because I had meta knowledge. I'm not sure. There was a touch of amazement, even admiration nestled among the shock. Where's the DLC where you can get to date Mr. Holden? Date Cove stat expansion win? I would totally love that, like, unironically, but I can totally see that, like, drumming up some, controversial stuff. Unless they changed the story to make you older. A little bit older. Which I would be totally okay with. It's like a side story where you could play somebody completely unrelated and you just get to romance his dad. It doesn't have to be the same character you play. Yeah, like maybe I would pay for that DLC. The other members of the Flame family exchange looks, ringing from Liz's disbelief to Mom's intrigue, with Ma somewhere in the middle between the two. And it like follows you know, getting Cove to accept you and his new parent and stuff. That would be cute. It'd be fun to like do that, and then they couldn't show the character, but you get to meet Cove's best friend. And I put this in quotes. That'd be kind of fun. Maybe there's an ending where you run away with his mom. That works too. You can't simply make a claim like that and expect us to go along with it. Let's see you back it up, Sharkman. Mr. Holden gave her a crooked smile, his demureness quickly being replaced with the confidence of someone very Fuck. You sure? Definitely. I know, I can't handle this man. I can't handle him. I fucking love him so much. You gotta see this so-called non-casual player in action. Well, I might be able, though who knows, maybe I've gotten rusty. Bullshit. His coyness continued to rile the gang up, and he was getting a kick out of it now.
Please?
Please. Yeah, I want to see you actually, like, kick our asses, because it'll be funny.
Alright.
I can dust off the old tricks. Great! Cove beamed at his father while Mom clapped Mr. Holden on the back. Oh no, I was afraid she was gonna, like, kill him. Liz darted off to get the deck of cards. We could also just play Uno. Please kick our asses, it'll be so hot. That has to be in, like, the DLC, right? Like, when you flirt with him and you play cards with him, and then he lets you win, but then you, like, watch him play cards with somebody else, right? And he just kicks ass, and you're like, that's so fucking hot when you do that. And he's like, oh, thanks. It'd be great! Hands were dealt. Mr. Holden wasted no time proving his words true. Hot. Wiping the floor with all of you. You played several rounds, even switching games, but none of you were a match for him. That was how the alliance came to be forged. The rest of you joined forces against Mr. Holden only, just to try increasing the odds of beating him. With your combined efforts, you pulled out a few victories. A few! Yet it was still a challenge. He was clearly a professional. They're just making him hotter. Like, every fucking time they talk about him, he's just fucking sexier. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. If these were his skills now, rusty with disuse, you couldn't even imagine what a deadly opponent he had been in the past. I don't know if you, like, can become less good at cards, right? Like, it's not... I don't know if it's a skill you necessarily unlearn, but I could be wrong. Despite that, you still had fun working cooperatively, actually fostering a sense of camaraderie with the others. Mr. Holden didn't appear fazed by... No, I'm sure he found it very amusing that we couldn't even beat him with how many... With 5 of us. There's 5 of us. You actually wondered whether the increase in challenge made it more interesting for... Yep. You spent the rest of the afternoon, it's like nighttime, together with your family and the Holdens, having fun. It was an interesting evening for sure, with many discoveries for everyone. It was freeing, and yet simultaneously you felt more tired together than you had been in a long time. Oh, than you had been before. I don't know how long this one is. I don't know how... Because I don't want to... Some of these get super long. And I don't know if I want to push this into 11 o'clock at night. But I could... yes. I'll... Just because I really want to make some progress here. So we'll go for it. Serendipity. Actually... Oh my god. Okay. 2 seconds. We're gonna take a tiny little break. Go get some water. Gonna take a second. Be right back. Enjoy this, screenshot. I'll be right back. I'm not gonna put up the be right back screen because I'm fucking lazy. I am hydrating right now. I also made myself some cinnamon toast. Oh, sorry, I got so distracted. I wanted cinnamon toast. Okay. We back. We ready. You flicked it away with your thumb, slowly, to stop the cool shade. The day had you out and about in town, in no hurry to go anywhere in particular. You had just gotten something to eat, and there was nothing planned for the rest of the afternoon. Delicious food. Your moms were at work, and Liz had left early in the morning to do something. You had no idea what. Typical big sister behavior, I suppose. Idly noting the time. Oh, hi, Liz. Come home ASAP. Oh, okay. Before you could even begin to question why, your phone went off again. Nothing bad, but you have to see this, so come back already. And with that final message, you were left only slightly less confused than you were. I'm glad she said that. I would have been wondering about that the entire time. Like, oh my god, am I in trouble? No! You hadn't seen much of your sister lately. She had been acting strange for days, always shutting herself up in her room. Oh my god, it's like we're kids again. Which wouldn't be so weird if at the dinner table she didn't suddenly start smirking to herself over nothing. The rare times you did see her, she would sneak you expectant looks like she was waiting to be asked what was up. But all your questions led nowhere. She'd answer you with a put-upon sigh, proclaim that she was busy, and tell you that she would have to talk about it later. No hints, no guessing. Whatever it was, she was determined to keep it a secret. Maybe now you'd finally find out what it was. Secret boyfriend? Or girlfriend? As you did an about-face on the sidewalk and started heading home, you received more texts. To your surprise, the name that popped up on your screen this time was Cove. Why are we ever surprised by that? That should, like, just be constant at this point. Like, Liz's messages just appear in between Cove's. Did you hear from... Did they contact Cove to get in touch with me? They were like, you text her, make sure she'll show up. About some urgent thing we have to see? You have to see? Oh, she did contact Cove too. Okay, I see. You weren't surprised Liz teased him about it, but he was like family. However, you were struggling to understand how he fit into Liz's surprise. Okay. Yeah, Liz sent me the same thing. What, is there something on fire? Why would Liz tell you her news? His reply came only seconds later as you waited to cross the street. Of course I'm gonna see what's up. I have to know. While you were busy texting, you hurriedly wrapped things up, texted Cove a quick goodbye before crossing the street. It was fine. You'd be seeing him later anyways. I mean, we can still text him after we've crossed the street. I text while walking on the sidewalk all the time. People say that, like, you run into people when you do that. No, you don't. It's called spatial awareness. Not expecting any more messages, you put your phone away so you could walk without having to worry about tripping over a curb. Oh, I guess I don't have spatial awareness in this character. Soon enough, you were walking up your street, the familiar face of your house already in view. was making you worried, left you entirely lost, felt exciting. I am confused. They were all buzzing around your head, too many to try and pick out and make sense of. Lost in your thoughts, you almost didn't see who was walking further up the street, Cove. Even from the back, the bright sea green color of his hair was unmistakable. Yes, because nobody else in this game besides his mom has hair like that. And even then, hers is like bright green. It's pretty though. You quickened your pace to catch up with him, the scuff of your shoes loud against the pavement. He heard it instantly, not missing a beat as he turned towards you and slowed his steps in sync. He knew who it was by the footsteps.
Hey.
Hey, little. He's so cute. Here we are at my house. Again, all the time. This is where we always are, at my house. Here we are. Okay. Alright, we don't have to be awkward. We can just go in the house. You basically live here anyway. Wondering why the two of you had been summoned there. Mm-hmm. Any ideas on what Liz wants? You shook your head. The situation was out of character for your sister. Anything could happen. Well, I guess we should go in and find out. Taking his cue, you grabbed your keys and opened the front door. Cove trailed behind you as you entered. It's locked? Isn't Liz home? I mean, yeah, I guess that's fine. I always lock the door even if I'm in the house. That makes sense. I take it back. You walked through the open door and peered about, not sure what you were looking for. From the entryway, you could see Liz pacing across the living room, her smiling gaze intent on her phone. You had caught her just as she had completed a turn. Behind you, the door clicked shut. The second she heard it, her head darted up in your direction, her features lighting up at the sight of you and Cove. Oh, you've arrived, and together too. It's perfect. Just perfect. Hi, Liz. She flashed you a radiant smile. You could almost see her limbs vibrating as if she was poised to pounce. Cove raised an eyebrow at your sister's Yeah, me too. Is she good? What's going on? This better be important. You're in a good mood today. So what is it? Where is it? What are you going to show us? She laughed at your rapid-fire question. Calm down, you'll see. No! I want to know now. Liz's eyes narrowed with the mischievous glint, and she let out a little cackle. I don't trust that at all. So lately, I've been hard at work on a little plan of mine, and you two get to be the honor of seeing it all come together. Alright, now I'm concerned. I'm concerned when you say it like that. Surprise! She lifted a hand in the air to present the very comfortable but completely mundane living room. In the resulting silence, you and Cove glanced around again and then made eye contact with each other, his face mirroring your bafflement. What? Then suddenly, another voice rang out in the room. Ah! What the fuck? Cove flinched at the shout, his shoulders shooting up to his ears. Laughter came from your sister, as well as from the other side of the room. What? Wait! Your head whipped around just in time to see a familiar figure with a freckled face and a purple cap spring up from behind the back of the couch. Okay. I guess she got him to remember her? Hi, Silo. Cove's mouth fell open, recognition immediately coming to— Oh, he does remember him. He didn't remember him when we said it before. Silo? Hi, Cove. Hi, Little. You didn't recognize me before. He just disappeared. Oh, so at the end of chapter 8 of the 8-year-old section, he moved away. So we didn't see him anymore. He was gone. And we didn't have contact with him at the time, so we just didn't see him. At the beginning of this section, me and Liz ran into him in town. Yeah, step one, thank you. I always refer to it as, like, the age, because that's how I remember it. I missed the, like, moved away explaining. Yeah, he moved away, and then at the beginning of this step, we met him again. We ran into him just randomly in the city, and we confronted him, but he said he didn't remember us, I guess? He didn't remember who we were? And then, when I played the game originally, that just never really came up again. He was just gone. You meet him for like 2 seconds, and then he disappears again, and you're like, oh, well, at least he's alive, you know. But I guess he shows up in the DLC. Scylla greeted the two of you so casually, like he'd been gone for 10 days rather than 10 years. He does not look 10 years different. Scylla! You were too stunned to speak. What in the world are you doing here? You started laughing. But I thought you weren't the Scylla we knew. You're actually here. You couldn't believe that the entire time you were looking around trying to figure out what was going on, Scylla had been right there, crouched behind the couch. With a wide grin on her face, Liz snickered and clapped her hands together, as pleased as a child after a fruitful night of trick-or-treating. You and Cove's reactions were adequate offerings to her bucket full of treats. Stunned silence for the most part. As amazed as you were still wondering one thing. Yeah, what the fuck? What happened? You had no idea who we were when we ran into each other. Scylla's gaze self-consciously dropped to the side. He tugged the brim of his hat down, bracing himself for the answer, but Liz waved a hand at him as if to say, don't worry about it. I'll explain. When you got home that day, I changed my mind about letting it go. Why did I have to? Social media exists, right? That's fair. Wait, did we see that kid again? No. I don't think we've seen that yet. So I thought, why not try finding him and sending him a little reminder message? Luckily, there are only so many 17-year-old Scylla Fields in the world. It wasn't that hard to do. Hearing Liz speak seemed to encourage Scylla, who pulled himself together to face both you and your sister with a careful smile.
Sorry.
I'm really sorry about what happened. When you talked to me that first time, I was in the middle of a tour for a school field trip. I couldn't get separated from the group and didn't expect anyone to want to be talking to me. I was so worried about getting back to everyone else, I didn't think too hard on what you were saying. But when Lizzie's message showed up, everything suddenly hit me. Lizzie, little Cove, you were the kids in Sunset Bird, back when I was a little kid. He was a baby solo. There was no way I could forget that, not for real. I do know all of you, and I'm so happy to get to see you again. He's so tiny. It's such a tiny baby. I have Lizzie to thank for that. My mom was already planning to take a short trip near here this summer. Convenient.
Well,
If my mom could bring me along, Lizzie offered to pick me up and bring me the rest of the way here just so I could visit the neighborhood again. And that's why I decided to make it a big reveal instead of outright telling you two. I got back in contact with Scylla. Once again, she lifted a hand in the air, properly presenting that long-lost childhood friend you all shared. So, ta-da! It was impressive how it all came together. Alright, still pretty stupid for you to not realize sooner. Oh, that's a little mean. You were glad you were able to see each other again. You were amused at their stunt. You were unsure how to feel about this. I would say it's kind of impressive that we even found each other in the first place. You never could have planned seeing Scylla that day. To think it would lead to this. You raised your hands and started clapping for Liz. Thank you, thank you. We've been a wonderful audience. Cove blinked slowly, still a little dazed by everything that was going on. Okay, I'm going to get some water. Don't disappear or anything. Cove needs to hydrate, too. He padded off to the kitchen, no need for a chaperone, he knew where the cups were. He's that friend. He's me! I was that friend. I had like 2 or 3 really close friends throughout my life. I would say, well, I'll say 2. Where I would just go to their house, and then, I mean, the parents knew me so well, I was like their third or 6th child, depending on who it was. You know, I was the other kid, and so I would just come in and eat food. Wow, you really surprised him, Lizzie. And Little too. Did you see her face when I appeared? Liz patted the cushioned front of the couch. Make yourself comfortable. You don't have to keep hunkering down behind there anymore. With a laugh, Silo crossed around backside and took the seat. But maybe it was awkward being the only one sitting because he kept idly twiddling his fingers. You could hear him humming to himself, a nonsense tune with no real melody, something to keep his voice busy. Being here again could be more nerve-wracking for him than he let on. Yeah. Cove's soft voice announced his return. He paused to drag the back of his hand across his mouth, wiping away what drops of water lingered there. Hi, Silo. Welcome back. At Cove's confused greeting, Silo laughed cheerily. Thanks. I think it's amazing you're all still here in the same neighborhood. It's just like how it was way back then. With a giggle that implied it differently, Liz nodded in your direction. There have been some changes since then. Shut up. You narrowed your eyes at Liz. There was no way you could miss the teasing look she was fixing you and Cove with. Shh. Shush. Shush. We don't need to talk about that. I mean, I guess it's not that big of a deal. It doesn't really matter. But, like, I can't imagine he's surprised. Silo's eyes shifted across the group, still smiling politely, but there was a slight tilt to his eyebrows. He didn't know what to make of what she was saying, that is, until Cove cleared his throat and spoke. Little and I are dating. I will laugh so hard if the response to this is I mean, it won't be, because Silo is, like, so nice and sweet and polite. He'll probably just be like, oh, that's cute. But it would be so funny to me if he was like, oh, I'm not at all surprised. Like, of course you are. It was fascinating how red he got when he said it, but his voice was steady, confident. By now, most people knew you were going out. Yeah, this is a small town, for the most part. Silo's eyes went as wide as saucers, mouth opening into a tiny O shape. Really? Congratulations! Oh. No, now it's weird. Stop, it's fine. No, like, The 2 of you seem to like each other, even when we were kids. It's really sweet that you're together. Thanks. Oh. Okay. Yes. Cove got himself a cute... Hate that. Yeah, it's pretty inevitable we'd end up... I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't want to be with anyone else. Oh. Probably this was the most accurate. You decked your head, feeling your cheeks getting warm. Your face probably matched Cove's now. Everybody's blushing. Stop. Cove chuckled, gesturing between the 2 of you as if to say, look how embarrassing this is. The feeling, yes, can we not talk about this anymore? Can we move on? Silo laughed happily at the moment as Cove raised an eyebrow and gave the room a considering glance. This is where we met the first time. Right after I moved in, me and Little were brought down right here to have a playdate with you. I'm surprised you remember that. I wouldn't remember that shit. If somebody from like 10 years ago... Yeah. If somebody from like my 8-year-old life came back and tried to... No, I'm not remembering you. Not a way in hell. Absolutely not. Silo laughed, his eyes downcast as he fiddled at the corner of his collared shirt. We almost didn't meet in the living room because you wanted to jump out the window and get away from me. Oh, I forgot he heard that. Cove cringed at the memory of his younger self being pushed back to the forefront of his mind. His mouth going tight, he awkwardly looked away from Silo. You have a good memory.
Oh?
I don't think so. Seeing this place again just brings lots of things back. He clapped his hands together, an idea suddenly coming to him. But hey, now that our group is together, would you want to go out and visit some of the old places? I've been hiding in the living room since I got here. How long has he been here? How long has he been here hiding behind that couch? Liz wasn't afraid to laugh at herself, bringing a hand to her chest to silently take the blame for that. I'd love to. Yeah. Without missing a beat, the others turned to you for your answer. Sure. Yeah.
That's fine.
I'm sure we'll figure it out along the way. Hold on, I'm eating a bite of toast. Even with how short the time you spent indoors was, the sun was momentarily blinding once you left the house. Squinting, you brought your hand up to shield your eyes. Only a few wispy clouds drifted along the sky. As you strolled down the way, Liz took the lead, followed by you and Cove walking side by side. Silo freely took to walking in the middle of the road, his arms idly swinging back and forth at his sides as he turned his head every which way to take in as much as he could. It was very much a trip down memory lane for him. You wondered how much of the neighborhood had changed in his eyes. Oh my god, yeah. Not a word passed between the group about where you were headed first, but soon enough you found yourselves walking the usual path to the shopping street. I don't feel like the boardwalk changes too much. Like, it changes, but it looks the same. It's always just like a bunch of shops. The odd gasp had come from Silo. His eyes were all lit up. Were there always so many different stores in one place? Yeah, I think it's always been the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they still have those nice little ice cream stands. Oh. We should get some. It'll be my treat. You're 17! If anybody, Liz should be paying. Oh, I guess Liz is a college student. She doesn't have any money. Thanks, Silo. Ice cream sounds perfect for such a hot day. How about you, Cove? You could see that, unlike Liz, Cove was struggling with decision, brow wrinkling in thought. Finally, a hesitant smile appeared on his face as he settled on keeping to the spirit of the special occasion. Cove has almost turned down ice cream? Is he okay? Maybe he just doesn't want to make Silo pay for it. I'd like that, thanks. I don't want any. I'd rather pay for myself. I'll buy one for me and one for you, Silo. I don't want one, and I'll pay for yours. Yeah, we invited Silo here, right? We can pay for it. I'd like to... but I feel like he... Oh, alright. What? Silo's voice rose an octave, so taken off guard that you would offer such a thing. You never let me do anything for you when we were kids. Now that you're here to visit, you've got to let me treat you for a change. Yee! And you helped me pay for my ice cream when I was 8, so it's the least I could do. Alright. I'd like it a lot if you paid for... Oh! Oh! That's cute. He actually, accepted it. You were pleased to hear that. Silo was still his overly generous self, but not everything was the same. If it had been that time from when you were kids, the two of you might have gone back and forth over this forever. Liz, not so subtly, saddled up to you, her shoulder bumping against yours with a smirk. What a goody two-shoes. You rolled your eyes at the childish insult, but you knew she didn't mean it. She was happy to see you getting along with Silo. Me and Silo did get along. It was Silo and Cove who just kind of butted heads. The four of you continued to walk as ice cream plans were further discussed. Lizzie still likes popsicles. Cove smiled shyly. I thought you might still like that. Ice cream cone. God damn. Everything I play these days mentions ice cream. And then I want ice cream. And then I'm like, I could just walk. But I can't. I have to be good. I also have cinnamon toast. Cinnamon toast will have to sate me for now. Scylla began to turn towards Cove, but before he could ask, Cove offered up his choice. I'll get an ice cream. Ice cream sandwiches are good too. The sandwich. It's a good choice. It is. I'm not so big on popsicles. I like ice cream cones and ice cream sandwiches. Popsicles are okay. There was an ice cream stall further up the street, across from a souvenir shop displaying postcards of the seaside and saltwater taffy in the windows. The stand itself, already hard to miss with its pastel pinks and blues, its eye-catching poster board listing every individual flavor. It was hard to ignore once the catchy little jingle playing from its speakers was added. Scylla greeted the owner and began picking out treats for everyone had chosen. He paid for the others, stepping aside to let you buy his, and he handed the rest out to their respective owners. He picked out your choice too and added to your purchase. Oh my god, hold on. There we go. My Cove I went into the most honest playthrough I could, ended up becoming a sentimental crybaby. He absolutely loved food and we were little troublemakers. He was the type of slob too. It was really cool seeing him grow, so I was his ride or die for all the stuff I'd get into with him. Well, how has Cove for your development? Normal? He's mostly fine. He just, like, I don't know. I don't read too much into it, I suppose. I got you. I don't think he's as, like, much of a crybaby in this. At least he doesn't do it too much. Sometimes. I think I'm not as, or definitely my first playthrough I wasn't quite as mischievous with him, but I encouraged his mischievish nature, so it kind of became like he would get into trouble and then I kind of like deal with this, help get him out of it. Not really, but it's almost like he's the crazy one and I'm the straight man. Around you, everyone was eating at their own pace. Lid held her popsicle away from herself, careful not to let it drip on her dress. She was trying to go about eating it as delicately as she could while Scylla dug into his. You counted only 2 or 3 bites before Cove had devoured his sandwich. Scylla laughed, also noticing the way Cove inhaled his food. It's already finished. Cove shrugged a little in reply, his attention more focused on crumpling up the sandwich wrapper in his hand. Hi, Poe! So what have you been doing around here since I've been gone? Well, I already told you about me attending college away from here, so I don't really live here anymore. But to be more specific on my life, I'm pursuing a degree in architecture. What, you're having P7S prog right now? Philip perked up at that, his mouth falling open in awe. Amazing.
Thanks.
Actually, I was thinking about it, and the first time I really decided I liked buildings and building them was when you and I would make sandcastles out on the beach. At such a sincere admission from your sister, all Silo could do was blush and lower his head, too flattered to know what else to say. Liz laughed, just as flustered though she had been though she had been the one to say it. The atmosphere was awkward, but not too unpleasant. I'm eating my ice cream. Silo shyly glanced over at you and Cove. Then what about you two? What have you been up to? Nothing.
Oh.
Me and Little just graduated high school, I've got a part-time job. I volunteer at this organization to clean up stuff, things like that. You nodded along with Cove. You idly explained how you're doing normal things. That's a secret. You explained how you had lots of plans. I'm mainly taking it easy right now. It's summer after all. I want to make the most of it while I can. It's not because it's summer. It's because at some point I will have to get a job and have a life and think about shit, and I don't want to. Cove nodded along with you. It was a sentiment he shared. Scylla just seemed happy to hear it.
Great.
Being around him again was a little like picking up on an old forgotten habit. Funky at first, but as the four of you talked, it started to come more naturally. And then one of you ran out of things. I shouldn't be allowed to speak, you guys. I shouldn't. Nah, it's... And when one of you ran out of things to say, suddenly someone else remembered something new. Oh, right, do you remember those mean old, not actually grandparents that used to live in our neighborhood? Yeah, they were so mean. Well, they're not here anymore. Oh no! Oh, Silo! Oh, Silo! They're not spending summers here anymore. They're still alive. Oh! Well, damn. Liz, you can't just say it like that. It helped that Scylla was just as eager to hear that they had gone on in his absence as people were to tell him. Oh yeah, now the person that's renting out that condo is named Baxter. He's really cool. Oh, we're not going to talk about that, okay. Soon everyone threw out what trash they had in a nearby garbage can as your group made their way down the beach. Going down the shore inevitably led to a certain spot. It didn't take very long for Scylla to recognize that was what was in the distance. His words trailed off in the middle of a sentence, his footsteps faltering at first. Then, all at once, he broke away from the group and dashed right into the old park, giggling as he ran. Oh, everything's so small. His laughter petered out as he came to a stop by the swings and grabbed hold of one of the support poles. He walked in a little circle around it, marveling at how easy his hand wrapped around its entirety. Emboldened by Scylla's enthusiasm, Liz plopped herself down on one of the swing sets. Only to instantly show an expression of regret. There was no way she was comfortable in that tiny seat, so low to the ground, not with how she had to scrunch up her legs to fit there. Scylla creeped up behind her, and he took hold of the change for her swing, one in each hand.
Seriously?
With a grin, Scylla started walking back, and Liz shifted in her seat to look at him. You cannot be trying to push me. These are made for kids, it's never gonna work. But Scylla just hummed and kept pulling her back. Resigning herself to her fate, Liz tucked her legs up as much as possible as Scylla moved his hands to her back. With a running start, he got her forward and up as far as he could go before jumping out of the way. Liz had her eyes squeezed shut, a screech escaping her as the swing started falling backwards and then it swung back around. There was Silo again to push her. She couldn't kick the ground like when they were kids. Her legs were too long for that now, but Silo was pushing her enough to keep the momentum going. The air was filled with wild laughter and almost rhythmic jingle of the swing. Hove sat against the bars of the jungle gym, wearing a bent smile as he watched them. He was fiddling with something, turning it over and over in his hands. When you craned your neck to get a better view, he obligingly lifted it for you to see. It was a piece of shell. One side rough and molted gray, the other side completely smooth, revealing a faint blue sheen when it caught the light. I saw it on the beach. Isn't it nice? Yeah, it's a good one. No, I meant Silo. He seems more confident than I remember. Oh, what? I feel like did I miss a bit? I think so too. I found it amazing to be playing with Silo in the park again. You thought it was crazy how much time had gone by. He and Liz looked closer than they did as kids. Cove nodded, leaning back to enjoy the breeze blowing in from the sea. Alright, I'm ready to get off. How do you stop this? Silo braced himself, one foot planted forward as the swing started coming back down. Then in one quick motion, he reached up and caught the chains again. The impact had his feet skidding back in the sand, but he kept his stance steady. If Liz was surprised at suddenly being brought to a halt, she didn't show it, only tilting her head up to smile at him. Silo had yet to catch his breath, though, and returned the smile just as brightly. He let go of the chains, walking around the swing, the swing set, and briefly rubbing his hands together before offering one to Liz, which he graciously accepted, needing help to get out of the tiny seat. Oh, that's not a problem I have. I'm short as fuck. Then the two of them made their way back over to you and Cove. Liz was looking more ruffled than usual. Her sun hat was off kilter. Having held on for dear life for the entire ride, she took a moment to straighten her outfit back to place. It looked like fun. It was. Even though you were just pushing me on swings. Yep, that was the fun part. He's adorable. You've got an idea of what our lives have been like since you've been gone, but I've been wondering what happened to you after you moved away. As if it was a surprise to hear, you couldn't recall him talking about himself when you were all telling stories, but maybe he hadn't been able to find the right timing. He's baby and adorable. He is. He brought his hand to his chin, tapping it thoughtfully as he looked up to one side. Well, what happened was my mom decided to move back to the south, closer to where I was born. Which south? Wait, which... Do you mean Southern California? Or do you mean... I'm so sorry, baby. We stayed there for a few years until she got another job offer in California. Oh, yep, out of California. In California again, thanks to the connection. It was a really good job in a private boarding school, so she decided to take it. And as a bonus, her kid, me, gets to attend this school and live in the dorms for free. I've been there since my second year of middle school. Oh. Pretty soon I'm going to be starting my last year of high school. Liz leaned towards him with an attentive smile on her face. Have you been doing well there? Getting good grades? Got any friends? At the list of questions, Silo held his hands in front of himself as if they were physical things he could stave. Yeah, to everything. It's been a little hard sometimes because of how people are in that school, but I'm happy. How people are. Oh, yeah, we met that one shitty kid. Cove couldn't guess what that meant, but Liz folded her arms, scowling. Don't tell me there's more people like that Nate guy hanging around. Silo rubbed his cheek, laughing nervously. He glanced from the bars of the jungle gym to the laces of his shoes and trees swaying in the distance, unsure of where to rest his gaze. Not exactly. Nate doesn't mean to be mean, he just kind of is. That doesn't matter. He's still a dick. He's the school's #1 performer for athletics and academics. Oh, I already hate him. He always takes on so much responsibility that the only possible way he can finish it all is if absolutely nothing goes wrong. But that's impossible, so he always stressed out and is ready to snap. He can't handle it when someone seems to be causing a problem. That's why during the field trip he was upset when I went off on my own like that. I will attack. Just give me a name. Liz has the knife. She just starts holding it up and she's like, name and social security number. Still, he's really smart and reliable and sensitive. He cares a lot. Most of the time, he doesn't even realize the way he's dealing with stuff upsets other people. Okay. Cove had a patient smile on his face, listening earnestly as Silo rattled off his list of Nate's good traits. You know him pretty well. Are you actually friends? Well, not- Oh? Me and Nate are in the same school group. About once a month, me and 6 other students and a supervisor get together to talk. Oh, okay. Like, look at her. She's really... We did it all last year, and I think next year we're gonna be in the same group again. I hope so. Nice. I mean, as long as Silo thinks it's okay, it's fine, I guess. Silo liked this after-school group of his, and you were glad to hear he had space for himself in his school. Yeah, that's nice. Personally, I'd still appreciate having a word with Nate about his communication skills. Her tone of voice was low and pointed. You'd be worried for Nate, if not for the playful smile that accompanied her words. She's out for blood. Scylla let out a little laugh at that. Yeah, we're all laughing. I don't think she's actually kidding. I think she's out for blood. I think... Don't ever... We're worried for Nate. I do have Nate's number, but he wouldn't pick up. The people in my group only answer when they feel like hearing from me, so usually I have to wait for them to call. Oh, that hurts. Yep. Yeah, that's about right. Either that, or they'd never even consider answering my calls, or calling me, or talking to me at all, unless the supervisor forces them to! I'm getting angry. I'm getting upset. It was such a bleak description of his dynamic with his group, but he didn't seem to realize it until he glanced up and saw the concerned looks on everyone's face. His smile fell. He hastened to add one more thing. Well, except for one who will always answer for sure. One. He has one friend. He has one friend. Oh? She immediately perked up.
Really?
So that's a friend of yours? Hello, baby! This is when you're like, alright, here's my phone number. Here's my social media. Here, take all of this. If you need anything, text me. Please, it's fine. Liz is making a mental list of names. She's gonna become an assassin. He hesitated to answer, something Cove picked up on. Not exactly. Yeah, I'd like to be friends, though. Oh. I mean, okay. Alright. Liz is going through, like, all of the emotions. She's, like, trying so hard to be, like, nice and supportive, but every time, Solo's just like, yeah, I don't have any friends, and she's like, son of a bitch! Liz crossed her arms together once more, grim-faced like she was the commander of a ship about to lead her little crew into battle. You should call them right now. Liz. What? If you want to be friends with them, I can help. If you're going to be in the same group again, then you should at least try to get along. I don't think this is how that works, but sure. No, I couldn't. He quickly grew frustrated, his tongue stumbling over his sentences. I don't want to be a bother.
I mean...
Liz, what are we going to do? Watch him while he talks to someone on the phone? Liz is going to murder. No, Cove. Oh, it's bolded. I don't think I've ever seen that in this game. Silo. The last syllable of Silo's name, trailing off into nothing. It soon became clear Liz had not fully thought out the plan yet, but she wouldn't be Liz if she just stopped there. Oh my god. Silo could put them on a video call and we could all talk together, of course. Oh my god. She's like, I need to know that the baby is taken care of. Liz is going to have him go off and get beverages. And then while he's gone, she's going to take the phones and be like, listen here, you little shits. She clapped her hands together, a wide smile on her face that didn't leave room for dissenting opinions. It's a good idea. It'll work. I'm not gonna fight with her. She's out for blood. I'm just gonna let it happen. That's a great idea. That's a terrible idea. Cove's right. You had no words. I have no words. Cove gave a long, suffering sigh at Liz's suggestion. Just get out of her way, baby. She'll take you out too. I promise. It's fine. Come on, Silo. We just want to talk. We just want to talk to them. Say that we're your friends from out of town. The worst that could happen is nothing changes. But once they have more chances to talk to you, I know they'll be convinced to be better friends. It's going to turn out okay. Silo stalled to answer, but his hand was already hovering over one of the pockets of his pants. Alright, we can talk. Oh no! Turn on your location, I just want to talk. Liz clenched a hand into a fist, cheering as Silo officially reached into the pocket and pulled out his phone. You noticed it was the same type of model as your own, but he had a red case around it. Oh, nice. The screen lit up and Silo requested a video call with some number in his contacts. None of them had the list. None of them on the list had names. He must remember the number belong. Oh my god. Sean does that shit. My boyfriend does that shit. He doesn't save anybody's names. He doesn't like save any of the numbers. He just... Oh, that's annoying. Oh, that makes me upset. He inched closer to the three of you so everyone could hear better. Vaguely, you wondered how this looked from a distance. 4 teenagers on the verge of adulthood hanging around an old playground while huddled around a single phone. Strange, suspicious. How? Because he doesn't have his... he doesn't even have his mother's number saved. It's not saved as mom, or his mom's name, or anything like... It's just the phone number. And he just recognizes it when she calls, and I'm like, that's all fine and good. But what if you want to call her? And he's like, I mean, I have, like, it's fine. And I'm like, whatever, I guess, it's fine. As long as you can function, it's, it bothers me, though. It bothers me. The ringing of the phone broke you out of your... There was a gnat. That's what I mean, like, how does he remember? I don't know. I don't know. It's whatever. Broke you out of your musings, you kept your eyes on it, your heart speeding at the end of each dial tone, thinking, could this be it? Only to have another start. It's a little dramatic. It had been ringing for a while when you started to think of what Cove said about all of you watching as Silo talked on the phone. Maybe even that wouldn't happen. Scylla could sense the awkwardness in the air, smiling to try and dispel it. This is normal, don't worry. Just as he said it, the call ended. Not even going to voicemail, Scylla clicked to redial. He never answers on the first call. He always does on the second. That's how he is. At least with most people. There are exceptions. Motherfucker. Okay. I'm getting so upset. I'm getting so annoyed. Euless and Cove shared ambiguous look. None of you wanted to accidentally discourage Scylla, then you focused on the phone again as it started to ring once more. The jingling suddenly cut off in the middle, followed by a faint sound of white noise. With a big smile and flushed cheeks, Scylla brought the phone up to his face. A voice, low and groggy, came raspy out of the speakers. Hello? Scylla, on the other hand, was much— oh my god. If somebody woke me up and they were this chipper and happy, oh, I would hang up on them. No.
Hi.
I'm visiting a town I used to live in when I was little, and I wanted to introduce my group mate to the people I knew back then. Some of them have already met Nate. This is such a weird conversation to call someone who, like, isn't officially your friend? And you're like, I want to introduce you to these people I knew when I was a kid, and you're just like, what? Dude, come on. Liz, this was a bad idea. Can you say hi to them too? And with that rushed introduction, Scylla stuck his phone out towards Cove, gesturing for him to greet the person on the other end. Although Cove hadn't been on board in the beginning, the only indication of that now was the lopsided tilt in his smile. He turned his gaze down to the screen, opening his mouth to speak, only to stutter to a complete stop. All Cove could do was sputter and gape at the screen. His reaction had Scylla's brow crinkling in worry. What? Scylla's groupmate didn't sound particularly impressed with how this conversation was going so far. Scylla frowned, retracting his arm away from Cove. As he did so, the screen tilted towards you and you caught a glimpse of what was on the screen. Oh no. Ah! Light green hair, sharp orange eyes, shadowed with icy pales. Oh! Oh! To make a scowling face of a person you clearly had no desire to be here. Hey! It's Jeremy! Oh my god! Weevil. You had no idea you knew him. I know who it is. He looks so good. A flood of memories arose. Flashes of that one summer years ago at this very same park. You holding on to an arrangement of fruit. Derek and Cove at your side. And that kid, mean as a tiny chihuahua, snapping at everyone who dared come close. Weevil got attractive. Yeah, he looks good. In a cute way. I think like a few more years, right? Because I think he's supposed to be like 17 here. 17, 18 maybe. I think like a few more— oh. Yeah, he did good. Are you Jeremy? The bowl cut kid. You screamed. Quick, hang up. Wow, you're a lot better looking now. Oh, that's mean. That's true, though. Like, give him a few years. Oh, yes. He's gonna be fine. I feel like this is, like, the appropriate response is this one. I also want to say this, though. But, call him by his name. That's, oh, I want to do both. It's fine. Yeah? He's so cute! His reply was palpable disinterest. Or was palpably he doesn't really remember, I'm sure. How did you know his name was Jeremy? Let me tell you a story. You didn't tell them? No, I only called you somebody from my group at school. Alright, well, that's on Silo, really. Jeremy regarded you cautiously, for the first time giving the situation a little of his focus. Cove bristled, sucking in a long, deep, dramatic breath.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. And all at once, he started shouting, and not just with his voice. He waved his arms around, gesturing wildly with his hands, and he repeated yelling, "Oh my god," with all sorts of inflections. At these antics, Jeremy gave a short huff of a sigh. Through his teeth, the sound tiny over the phone speakers. Cove can't fucking believe he got this. Yeah, like, damn it! What is this, Silo? Are you trying to make me suffer? Are you still mad about what happened at the amusement park? I was on your side, you know. Liz, who had been entirely lost this whole time, finally spoke up.
Huh?
What happened at the amusement park? But no one paid that question any mind. Liz is adding more names to the list. I don't know what's going on. Have you met each other before? Yes. Nope. You remember me, you bitch. It was an immediate reply from Jeremy, but then those stinging eyes squinted. Wait. Yes, you remember me! At the very least, you should remember Cove. Cove is super unique looking. There was a flash of recognition where he had leaned his head forward to scrutinize the both of you. His already wide frown somehow found a way to grow deeper at his realization. Oh, it's you people. Again. It's so cool. Hi, baby. It's good to see you. He looked from Silo to Cove and then you. You could tell he was carefully putting his thoughts together.
Sorry.
I have no idea how you people got in contact with me or what Silo has to do with this, but, sorry. What? Jeremy sighed again, his gaze rolling over to Cove. I don't remember exactly what I did or what I said, but I knew that I do know what I was like as a kid, and really, that's all I need to know. He's cringing. His younger self was cringe. Well, okay, but who's that apology for? It better be for me and little... Cove. He spoke sternly, though there was no hiding the shakiness present. That didn't matter. Cove coming to your defense by confronting Jeremy brought a warm smile to your face. I want to know what this conversation is like when, because there are at least twice, if you have the DLC, there's at least twice where you have a chance to, like, punch this kid. Like, you totally can, and I want to know what this conversation is like if you just fucking deck him. Jeremy, on the other hand, continued to be unimpressed. The corner of his lip twitched. I didn't need to know what the teenage guy equivalent of a smooshy squeak is, but now I do. Thanks for that. He's like, I don't remember what I did exactly, but my younger self was cringe, so whatever it was probably bad. A small offended noise escaped Cove. Unfortunately, it was also squeaky sounding. His face immediately burned red with embarrassment. That's my squeak toy you're talking about? I can't. I can't with this fucking game. That was a perfect description, Cove is exactly that. That's it, you better not step foot in this town again. Hey! Oh, but it was kind of funny though. But, alright, me and Cove are in this together. Alright. Hey! Taking a small step forward, your hands instinctively curled into fists, and you couldn't believe, at first chance you got, Jeremy insulting Cove again. Glancing at Cove to silently ask, "Can you believe this?" You notice the tiny smile on his face at your offense on his behalf. Jeremy didn't react at all. He continued watching the 4 people on the other end of this unwanted call lackadaisically.
Whatever.
The apology is for whoever. Anyway, who had to deal with anyone who had to deal with me back then? They weren't having a good time. Yeah. He shrugged. Jeremy's focus cycled from you to Cove and back again. I kind of remember what happened, I think. You were sensitive and you tried to be nice. What a tragedy that was. Jeremy tilted his head Cove's way and then yours respectfully. Amazed, Cove took a few processing moments before he could respond, and he blinked and rubbed the back of his neck. Oh, thanks. I mean, it's no problem. You just looked away. I've still got my eyes on you. Yeah, 'cause he's fucking hot. You're lucky you're not here in person. I accept your apology, thank you. This is honestly incredible. The excitement built up in your chest at this opportunity to speak to Jer. Yeah, I think it's kind of cool. Also, he looks fucking great. He looks so cute. This conversation was the absolute last thing you had expected today. Your smile widened. I like what you did with your hair. Whatever. Dude, if he had white hair, he would just be baby Emmett Silk. Baby Hades. He's so cute. Oh my god, he has the attitude too. Oh no. Oh no, this is when we find out that I have a type and it's Jeremy. Oh no. Shit. Following Cove's eyes, you watched it dart from Silo to Jeremy, openly wondering what had happened to Jeremy over these past few years. Baby Hades. He's so cute. So you're nice now? I don't know if I would call him nice. But he's a lot more chill, at least. Nope. Sounds right. I don't throw tantrums or pick fights anymore, but I'm not nice. I can get behind that, that's fine. Jeremy shook his head in disbelief. That squeak toy comment wasn't a compliment, you know. I don't have the energy to get angrily worked up like I used to as a kid. It's all pointless anyway. Now I'm just miserable. Oh! Dude, it's me. His tone was even grumblier than usual. He dragged the syllables out on the last word for extra emphasis. Oh. An awkward laugh escaped Silo, then his mouth pulled into a demure smile. Don't let what Jeremy says about himself get you too down. He's got people who care about him and make sure he's okay, like me. Don't listen to Silo. It's nice you're looking out for someone else, Silo. I don't really care if Jeremy is sad or not. I'm still not over the fact that the two of you actually know each other. You didn't say anything. I got a snort out of Jeremy. Someone is going to die. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's exactly the dynamic. Me neither. Okay, seriously, how long am I meant to be out of the loop here? Her expression twisted in frustration as Liz rubbed her right temple. Why am I the only one who doesn't know this kid? Sybil goes to school with him, it's fine, but how'd the two of you meet him and I didn't? Just explain it to her. You were there, I think? He was around town one summer, maybe 5 years ago? Is that all? While Liz seemed a bit underwhelmed, Scylla appeared to be utterly amazed. You had to hold back a small laugh. You knew Jeremy as a little kid? What was he like? I've only known him for a year and... You know what? Out of respect for Jeremy, I will not share his cringe. Well, shut up, Cove. His voice immediately hushed into nothing. You could see Cove wince just thinking about those past encounters. You reflected on that as well. Actually, Cove does a good Jeremy impression. Why don't you do that instead? Let's not do that. No, 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 no. You could already picture past Jeremy in your mind. He was a mean kid. He was horrible. All he did was yell and say people were dumb. He was kind of pathetic. I don't even know how to explain it. You didn't attempt to answer. I don't know. Because Over the years, Jeremy had become an amalgamation of negative emotions in your mind. It was hard to describe such an experience. You glanced at Cove and he nodded understandingly. It didn't matter what happened. He was mad about everything. Oh, Cove is gonna out him. That's fine. Jeremy's expression didn't give away a single sign of what he might have been thinking. He continued to blandly stare at you both until he finally spoke. He's a tired teenager. Let him go. It's fine.
Yep.
Yeah, that sounds like me. At that confirmation, Scylla burst into uncontrollable laughter. That's just what he's like now. Even when he calmed moments later, gasping for breath, there was still a wide grin plastered on his face. I can't even imagine Jeremy being like... Really? He's kind of mean here. I mean, I guess he's like a more chill kind of mean. I can't imagine him not being like that. Oh! They both chuckled again. Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile. I mean, Jeremy hasn't made fun of my eyebrows once this whole conversation. Unbelievable. Huh? Jeremy blinked and focused all his attention on the Cove, his eyes unmistakably narrowed in on the eyebrows. He didn't say anything at first, and then his words came out into a mumble. That makes sense. I guess insulting eyebrows is just what I did as a kid. What does that mean? Oh, what do you think it means? You weren't the only kid in the world with bad eyebrows. You're not the only one I picked on it for. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, he was mean to everybody. Hold on. I want a picture of this kid. This kid's cute.
Seriously?
I wasn't... You couldn't help yourself, could you? Nope. Wow, so what made their eyebrows so bad? Are you curious if yours are better? By terrible eyebrow standards, at least? What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? No. Oops. Oh. Sigh. Incredulously, Cove looked from Jeremy to you, and then back to him again. You had to question if you heard that right. He spoke the word sigh instead of actually sighing. God damn it. Noticing the reaction, Jeremy sighed for real, but he continued on to answer Cove's question. The guy has particularly odd hair coloring. White hair, but only on the top of his head. Every other strand on his body is dark brown, including his immensely bushy eyebrows. He was born that way, it's not dyed. The fuck? So you were this... So you were the scared boy with dumb, wavy eyebrows, and he was the white-haired boy with stupid caterpillar eyebrows. Ow. Unexpectedly, a loud gasp came from Silo at that description. No, you picked on Pran for his eyebrows. I did? I'm sure you find that hilarious. No, that's not very funny. So he said, but Scylla was smothering laughter. The unconvinced note in Jeremy's voice didn't surprise you. Okay, wait, give me a second. Let me just... Jeremy rolled his eyes in the slowest, most exaggerated way possible. When he made a complete circle, he spoke flatly, while Scylla broke into a fit of giggles. There. Who's Pran? Scylla knows him too?
Well,
Jeremy and Pran have known each other for a long time. They managed to go to the same boarding school later on. I met them both there in the spring last year. We're all group mates. Jeremy's gaze slid away from Silo. He looked somewhere between you and Cove. Pran and I met about 4.5 years ago, back when I was still an intolerable brat, and Pran was meek. Oh, easy pickings. You can only imagine how amazing that combination was. He was a dick. It must make those group meetings awkward. God damn it, I keep like clicking off the game by accident. Nope. Somehow, someway, for some reason, Pran chose to stubbornly stick with me for as long as we've known each other. He's my best friend. What? It's surprising, I know. I have a best friend, and it's a caterpillar brow guy, of all people. But I guess things balance out in the end. Sure. Pran's timid nature is good. Oh, Pran's timid nature is good and dead. He grew up to be cooler than even me. I'm mopey and he's broody. It's a perfect match. Can we see this Pran kid? He sounds cool looking. 2 peas in a ruining everyone's life pod. Silo! Don't quote Everett. They keep throwing these names at me of people I don't know. Cove whined after Jeremy snapped his last remark. Now who's Everett? Why is Silo in this group of people who are all super grouchy and mean? Because they need someone nice. They need someone who's friendly. You don't want to know. Yeah, you don't want to know. These are all names, like, Liz hasn't said anything in a while, and you know she just has, like, a notebook behind us right now. Silo hummed, and he watched his 3-year-old friends with an amused smile. He was having fun. Before he could say anything, Jeremy continued. Everett is also part of the group, unfortunately. But he chose not to elaborate further than that. Liz sighed this time. They put Silo in a group literally just because they needed someone happy. You could feel her frustration. You couldn't blame her for that. She hadn't been able to participate much at all. She didn't know Jeremy then, so there was no basis for reminiscing now, and there was a 10-year gap in her history with Silo. The whole situation struck an odd chord with you. 2 boys that you knew separately came to know each other, and now they know each other much better than they know any of you. Silo was almost a stranger. I mean, yeah, it's been 10 years. You shrugged the feeling off. You didn't know how to feel. You were on the same page as Liz. You felt down. You were glad things seemed to be going alright. You felt annoyed at how things unfolded. Jeremy hadn't left the call, and you were learning bits and pieces about Scylla's new world outside of Sunset Bird. You were taking both as little wins. It was cool to see Jeremy again. Can I give you my number? I know you won't answer, but it'll still be cool. If you ever come into town, we can hang out. Turning to the three of you, Scylla smiled apologetically. You wondered if he was picking up on how in the dark Cove and Liz were feeling. He was perceptive when he wanted to be. Is there anything you want to hear about Jeremy? I can tell you all about him. We should get to know each other better. Don't do that. It'll be okay. Jeremy whined, but Scylla brushed his complaints off. He remained happily focused on the rest of you, and Liz seemed to perk up at the conversation shift. Ooh. Bless you, kitty. Oh. That sounds great. Okay. Oh, who wants to go first? Despite being eager, it was obvious that Liz didn't have any ideas herself. Jeremy let out a very long sigh. Oh, can I ask all of these? I want to know. I want to, because it'll piss him off. It'll be funny. What's his full name? Can I get his number? Hey! What are his parents like? Does he have any siblings? Does he have any hobbies? Sure, I'll fucking go through the whole list. Is he single? What? I'm telling you, I gotta play a route. I gotta play one of these routes where me and Cove are only on the friend level the whole time. And then I can just flirt with everybody else and I won't have to feel bad about it. I'm gonna do that. I probably won't bother streaming it. I'm just gonna do it on my own. But it would be fun. I'm totally gonna do it. Okay, let's see if we can just go down the line, right? May 4th, he's a Taurus. Hey! That explains things. Sort of, kind of, if you're into that stuff. Jeremy refused to comment on that. Instead, he rolled his eyes. Well, neat. Jeremy Marion King. Isn't that neat? That's cool! Jeremy, you should go by your middle name. You should go by Marion, actually. That's much cooler than Jeremy. Why do you even want to know that? Are you planning on stealing my identity? No, I just think it's cool. You can have it. Oh, no, baby! Okay. What? Why? So I can hang out with you. I want to know what happened at the... I want to know that story too, actually. I hope Liz asks.
Alright.
Sure. Ignoring Jeremy again, Scylla immediately started listing off the number for you. Jeremy grimaced while you contently saved it in your contact list. Hey! Yes! They're nice and optimistic. They work really hard. But they can be smothering, sort of, and usually embarrass Jeremy. Seemed unenthused by Scylla's answer. Nope, Jeremy's, I mean, he acts like one. He doesn't have any you don't have pets. Although, Pran spends almost no time with his family and a lot with Jeremy's. It's kind of like a sibling relationship, I think. Don't bring Pam into this awful thing. What are his hobbies? Reading and crafty, handiwork type stuff. Oh, and archery. Jeremy is really talented. Archery? I want to be friends with this kid! This kid's cool! Seriously, that's really cool. Hey! Jeremy scoffed at the compliments. He clearly wanted to move on from the conversation. Alright. Rabbit is ready I am! I want it. I want all of the DLC. Yeah, Nate is still doing the best, but Jeremy gets respectable scores. Or, unless by doing well you mean to ask if he's having a good time or making friends, then in that case, no, he's not. You weren't sure how to respond to that at all. Glancing back at Jeremy, he just rolled his eyes. Oh my god, this is like exactly how I imagine baby Hades. This fucking attitude. How tall? Oh yeah, is he taller than me? 5'5", he's kind of short. He is taller than me. He's still taller than me! What happened to it? I mean, he aged out of them. He had a bowl cut. That sent Scylla into a fit of laughter while Jeremy shook his head disapprovingly through chuckles. Scylla continued with his best guesses. His mom and dad probably decided that back then, and now he picked. Or they developed a new taste over the years. It was a stupid question, because of course his hairstyle is going to change over time. I just wanted to see what Scylla would say. As for his glasses, yeah, he has contacts. At school, and when he's out about, he still wears his glasses when he's home or working part-time at his parents' hobby shop. Oh, that's cute! Also, I want to see him in glasses. Put your glasses on, I want to see what that looks like. What did happen? Oh, there it is! I kind of want to ask this, but I'm concerned by it. Oh, I don't actually know. I can only think of one time when we were both there. I'm not sure what part he's talking about. As far as I could tell, I didn't do anything to upset him, and I know he didn't do anything to me. That's what you're going with, Scylla? Jeremy, what happened? I'm not gonna tell you. It's humiliating, and Scylla knows I'm not gonna say anything. That's why he won't explain either. For several quiet moments, everyone stared at Scylla and Jeremy in confusion. Scylla had a similar look on his face before averting his eyes. Sorry, I can't help you with this one, little. I wanna fucking know! Every time they don't tell me what it is, it makes me more- I wanna know what it is. Hold on. So, he smiled down at the screen. Jeremy isn't in anything official, but he does have someone he goes on dates with from time- Oh, is it Pran? You call that dating? I call it punishment for all of my wrongdoings in this life. Okay. Cove scrunched his face and glanced at you, like he wasn't sure he heard Jeremy correctly. Ugh, smiled understandingly. It's complicated. She makes him happy against his will. Aww. You really want Scylla and Jeremy to date? It would be kind of hilarious. Oh, that's cute, though. Dude, it's totally Hades. It's totally fucking Emmett Selk and a Zembo. I can't unsee it. How unfortunate for him. Scylla started chuckling again. Jeremy, on the other hand, let out a loud sigh, clearly done with the current topic. It's totally Hades and Zem. Yeah, that's everything. Cove, do you have any questions for Jeremy? Then it took Cove a moment to recover from being put on the spot. I'm actually surprised he's, like, staying on the phone for all of this. Why didn't- like, if he really wanted to go, he could have just been like, fuck this, click. 100% how Emmett Self would describe the relationship. But ultimately, his eyes shifted from Scylla's and locked with Jeremy's. Then remained like that long enough that it was as if they could speak telepathically. All of the green hairs can speak telepathically with each other. It's because he's a... Alright, yeah, I have a question, but Scylla can't answer. Fine, ask me, let's get it over with. What do you think of me? Even if you don't think I'm tough or something, do you still feel like I'm stupid and wrong about everything? Does that really eat away at you still, Cove? These are the answers that you really need. He likes the attention, he's assumed it. A crack formed on Jeremy's lackadaisical expression. He barely opened his eyes. His barely opened eyes lifted a little more, but he still spoke flatly. No one else even answers the phone from Silo. I know, that's so sad. My opinion on stuff is basically the least important thing you could ever worry about. It's pointless. Well, I'm still asking, so... Cove, right? That's your name? Cove nodded. There was a hint of pink on his cheeks and he bashfully rubbed his arm. Okay, Cove. You seem like the guy who cares a lot about things that don't matter. It sounds pretty dumb to me. I outgrew that years ago. I fucking love this kid, though. And being as soft as you act, it isn't something that I would ever do, basically. But, you know what the absolute dumbest thing is? Being like me. He's gonna say, like, doing what I would do or being like me, so it's fine. Cove shook his head with creased eyebrows and then leaned forward just a bit like he couldn't risk not hearing what revelation Jeremy's going to bestow on him. Making yourself miserable if you don't have to be. There you go, yeah. Oh. If you and the rest of the people here have a way to enjoy existence, then you should go ahead and do that. Stay gentle and happy, dumb eyebrow guy. You have my approval if that's what you want. I hope you all have wonderful lives and suffer as little as possible. Okay, it's kind of sweet, even though it's like miserable too. Wow. The word tumbled out softly and Cove earnestly amazed by Jeremy's words. Thank you. And you know what's not gonna make you stay happy? Talking to me. What? Talking to a downer like me. No! So really, you should end this conversation right now, and none of you should ever call me again for the rest of our lives. I can't promise that. I will text you. That sounds good. Can I hang up already? That's what I mean. Like, he has some, like, deep... I think it's just because, like, he's made himself miserable. Like, he did... Too bad, Jeremy. We already got your... Yeah. I just hold up my phone and be like, too bad, bitch. Yeah, no, that's actually something I totally get because, like, I don't know, when you view the world a certain way and then you're kind of like, oh, that was kind of shit, but now I'm just kind of shitty and nobody to blame but myself, and then you kind of, like, impart that onto other people. That you're like, I did something that fucked me over, just don't do what I did, right? Like, just don't do this, it's fine. So, like, I totally get that. Oh, wait, Jeremy, I can't never call you again. Shut up, Silo. Unfazed, Silo laughed with the tilt of his head. Still think he and Silo should date. It's very much like the opposites. Building something good up only to try and undercut it. That's the Jeremy I know. So, ooh! Ooh! Smirk like that more often, baby. Oh. Oh dear. Ooh. My heart. The word dripped with sarcasm and was accompanied by a smirk. It was the first time you saw him smile this entire time. Oh my. Hold on. My computer's gonna go goofy. Cove piped up meekly, an awkward smile of his own on his face. Maybe my opinion is totally skewed because I'm comparing things now to how Jeremy used to be, but I mean, you don't seem that bad. What? Cove needed to look away from Jeremy's painfully sharp eyes to finish his thought.
I mean,
I'd probably be okay with talking to you again. Oh, Cove. Character development. Come on. You can't have standards. Shut up! I like talking to you. You're cool. I want to keep talking to Jeremy too. Yeah, Cove, he's pretty cute. Alright, I feel like I'm flirting a little bit too much with him in front of my boyfriend. It's weird. I'd be fine with ending this call now. I do think he is that— oh, mean. I want to keep talking to Jeremy. I can't— like, this is fun. It's fine. Jeremy groaned loudly at your acceptance of him. His smile only Your smile only widened in amusement, and Liz clapped her hands. Wonderful.
Good.
Now that we're so much closer to this Jeremy kid, I think we can all get along together and be friends. Poor Liz. She just, like, wasn't really a part of it. Friends. Jeremy repeated the word back like it was a foreign phrase he genuinely didn't seem to understand. That's right, if we keep working on it, I don't see why the five of us can't be friends. He stared at Liz incredulously for several moments, her expression twisted into a fresh confusion of her own. Okay, 3 things. First, I already have one whole friend, and that's more than enough. Second, I still don't know who you are. Did you even say your name at any point? And most importantly, third, one of the people in this friendship is Silo Fields. He and I aren't gonna be friends. Why? Why not? And I'm Liz, by the way. Because he's Silo. What the fuck? I mean, I totally believe Jeremy's just being a shit. But is there, like, something going on with Silo? That, like, he's, like, I don't know. Our relationship is already as good as it ever is gonna be. He mercifully leaves me be most of the time, and on a weird occasion where he— oh, I hit the wrong button. Where he needs something, I just get it over with. Oh? Oh. Okay. Then he goes away again, and I have a modicum of peace. You know who else it is? It's just like, why won't you be friends with Silo? And tell me the names of everyone who also won't be his friend. You know who this also reminds me of? A bit? It's Zerai. It's literally him. This is him. This is how he acts. He's a dick. Oh, it's fucking stupid. God damn it. You know how it works, right? You're in it with me. We have the best arrangement possible with the way it is. Jeremy looked at Silo seriously to back up the validity of their relationship, but Silo shook his head with a laugh. That's it though, yeah. Just I can't tell if this is just Jeremy being himself, because he'd say this about anyone he hangs out with and is actually a friend of, or if, yeah, like Silo is just the footstool of the school or something. Yeah. I mean, I do think, at least from Jeremy, it's just because he's a Soon and doesn't want people, and, you know, he's like, I'm a miserable piece of shit. People don't need to be around me. I think that's just it. I think that's it for him, but I don't know, there's like weird stuff with I don't know why people wouldn't get along with Silo. Silo's pretty nice. I imagine like at least someone would attach to him. I don't try to hang around too much, but that's because you're shy. You're the only one who thinks that setup is actually a good idea. Sorry. Jeremy turned his face to the side and let out another exaggerated sigh. Cove and Liz both joined in Scylla's mirth. Jeremy got no support. Of course you'd say that. Why did I even bother? That's Scylla's famous memory for you. Liz chuckling stopped. Wait, what does that mean? Scylla's famous memory. What? Oh, whatever. Basically, Scylla annoyingly remembers everything that happens for all of eternity. Oh! At least until some piece of info he has isn't helpful anymore, or he's got explaining to do, then magically all of a sudden he doesn't know anything about it. His boldly inconsistent recollection of situations is pretty much a running joke. It's Scylla's shtick, one of them anyway. A scowl dug into Liz's face as Jeremy spoke. Cove lost his smile, seeing her reaction. Scylla remained silent, with his big childlike eyes locked on your sister. Jeremy began to shrink away from the screen at the changing atmosphere. He broke eye contact with everyone. I'm guessing he didn't mention that. No, he didn't. And he said he forgot something to you? I do recall him saying a little thing like that. Sorry. Oh. But, well, apparently you had the pleasure of meeting Nate. You know me, and I talk a bit about Pran and, Everett too. We're all in that unbearable group, and we're all unbearable people. What an amazing coincidence, huh? What we're about is kind of hard to hide. Oh. I'm gonna go now. I don't want to be the fifth wheel for your own little group. No! Come back, Jeremy. I like you. You three people have a good day, I guess. And Scylla, I'll see you back at school. Bye. No, come back! Jeremy promptly ended the call. Just as people had begun to warm up to him, he accidentally found a new way to ice the mood again. That wasn't his fault. He was just talking like we wanted him to. Now, averting his own gaze, put his phone away and chuckled. I knew that Jeremy didn't think highly of me, but it's even worse than I thought. That's really sad. Scylla? Her firm tone immediately brought Scylla's focus back to her. Once she got his attention, however, Liz's voice became small. When we first met in the city, did you know who we were? Did you pretend not to recognize us? The two old friends watched each other over a beat, but ultimately Scylla closed his eyes with a lopsided smile. Aw, Lizzie, you've got to know I could never really forget you. You bitch! I don't care that you did that to me. I'm upset you did that to Liz. You bitch! Liz was speechless, but it wasn't quiet. Cove couldn't stop himself from shouting out. Oh my god, you were lying to them? Lying is a strong word. I was improvising. You fucker! Scylla! Scylla! Come on, but really? That was cruel, Scylla. Yep, that makes way more sense than you not figuring it out. He didn't really mind, but were instead concerned about why he felt that that was the best option. You're crazy and a liar. You smirked and thought Scylla was pretty bold. You didn't, Yeah, I don't know why he felt the need to do that, is kind of my thing. It was also pretty mean. But I'm wondering, like, what the reasons were. Like, he could have just, I don't know. That's kind of weird. Did he dislike you that much, or was it something else? Go home, Silo, or go to my house and wait there until we can send you home. Oh, Liz, come on. It's okay. Just, it's chill. Just a, no. Oh. With his shoulders dipped and head low, Silo obediently left the park alone. Okay. No. Oh, I thought we were gonna talk to Liz. Shiloh, like the bagel dog from the story. Is his name actually Silo? Oh, maybe it is Silo. I've just always called him Silo. I guess I don't know. I didn't think about it. After he disappeared up the road, Liz sat her butt right down into the sand with no concern for how dirty her dress. Oh. I want to make sure Liz is okay. I mean, I don't want to leave Silo alone, but I can't just leave Liz here the way she is. She needs someone to talk to. You can go. We're done. No, Liz. Cove shared an unsure look with you. She wanted to be alone, but this wasn't the time for that. We're not going anywhere. Accepting that you were going to be here for this, she let out a groan. At the same time, Liz pulled the sides of her hat down, gripping it tightly in frustration. I can't believe he pretended he didn't know us. Since when was Silo too good to catch up with acquaintances? It's infuriating. Am I an idiot for thinking we could— I mean, I don't— I want to know why. We don't even know the why he did it. That's kind of where I'm confused. I want to hear the why before I decide whether or not I'm upset. Oh, maybe he does tell you if you go after him, but I don't want to— But I need Liz to chill, right? Like, I need Liz to be the one to calm down. Because if we get Liz to, like, kind of, like, chill out a little bit, then we can confront him and be like, hey, why did you do it? We just want to know why. Like, if you didn't want to do this, you could have told us. That's fine. But right now, she's angry and she, like, sent him away. I guess I could have saved before I did that, and we could have done both. That might have been a good idea. Oh well. You wriggled closer and pulled your big sister into a hug from the side. You continued to hold, even when she didn't let go of her head. We can also send— I would be like, hey Cove, can you go make sure Silo's okay? Can you go after Silo and just make sure he isn't, like, alone? At least? No, you're not an idiot. He's an idiot. Silo lied to us. That's not your fault. No, you're smart, talented, and amazing, Liz. I'm so sorry. You can still make things okay. Because that's what I want. I want to know why. I want the reasoning. And if I— like, there could be a reason. Which, I don't know if you can necessarily have a good reason for that. Because all it really would have taken is, hey, oh my god, it's you guys. That's so amazing. I'm in the middle of something, but here's my number, I gotta go. Like, that's all it would have been. But he didn't do that. And that's why I'm confused. I know, I shouldn't care. It doesn't matter if one person doesn't want to be my bestie. I don't think that's what it is. He's not the greatest man on earth, I'll be fine. That's not what I meant. But I brought him here all the way from the other side of the state, and I didn't even know why he did any of this. Liz finally removed her hands from the brim of her hat in order to rub her temples instead. It blows. Hope snorted some nervous laughter at her unexpected phrasing. She didn't mind. it's true, but you always have me. Say the word and I'll force the answers out of him. Fuck, I really like that answer. I bet he's just intimidated by successful women. I don't think that's what happened, but okay. Liz, if we ever see that guy again, I'll hurl him into the... Oh god, I like these answers, but I also don't want to, like, antagonize. Or, I guess, instigate is more... whatever. We'll have so much fun without him, he has no idea what he'll be missing out on. I'm here for you, Liz, through thick and thin, no matter what. I think this encompasses... I really like this answer. I also think this is fun. This kind of encompasses that, though, so I'll take this.
Thank you.
Thanks, baby sister. She squished you tight and rocked you back and forth in a dramatic hug. You let out a cove-like squeak. I love you. I love you too. I thought it was for hogging the phone. I thought it was for hogging the phone while growing up, but this works. She released you with a shaky, self-impressed laugh. Oh, and thank you too, Cove, for being around. We're going to officially be family one day, right? Oh! She shot him a weary smile and he tensed up, face going red. He was willing to take her teasing if it made her feel better. Don't mention it. Liz rested her eyes after those last couple words. It eased your heart to see her feel better. Cove let out a soft sigh of relief. Hey. Cove then brought his face close to yours so he could speak in a whisper. Are you okay? I know Liz was his best friend, but you knew him too, and you were there when he did this whole pretend improvisation act. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. I'm sad. I'm furious. I don't know how to feel. I'm okay. Yeah, don't worry about me.
No way.
You know that's impossible. I know. Thanks for asking. Cove ended his checkup by reaching over to pat you on the shoulder, reassuring. Your longtime neighborhood group sat together quietly in the sand, just enjoying the feeling of familiarity and support. You weren't entirely sure how much time had passed, but you were eventually caught off guard by a soft call in the distance. In unison, the three of you turned your heads at the sound, and there, standing on the edge of the playground, was Silo himself. He waved. I guess he eventually came back when we didn't go get him. You didn't want him to hurt your sister again. Why would he think it was okay? Well, I don't know about that. It's okay for him to come back, but I'm just because it's what I would do. Not necessarily to, like, protect her as much as when you kind of, like, wedge yourself in between two people, it helps diffuse just a little bit, and you can kind of, like, control the situation from them, like, going at each other. Just a little bit. I have lots of experience with dealing with people arguing. It's kind of weird, now that I think about it. You got a lot of nerve, Silo. It's a good thing your name is Fields, because I'm going to put you in the ground. We have to play, like, a renegade playthrough of this. Maybe I don't want to do the whole game again on stream, because it's so long. But it'd be so fun to do a renegade playthrough, where you're just a bitch. Or, like, you pick all of these options. Like, I think I would still be nice to my moms and Liz and my family and stuff and all of the other people. But then, like, punch Jeremy in the face and be mean to Silo. Do a playthrough where you're just ready to throw down. It's like, it's on site. If you have something to say, I will punch you in the face. Okay. We are not going to commit to this answer, but I want to see what is said. So, R2 to Renegade. No, come on, Geen. Work with me, baby. Oops. Oh, don't do this to me. It's been giving me a hard time today. It doesn't usually. Wakey, wakey. Jeremy gets rocked at the birthday party. Yeah, there was an option to, like, tackle him and beat the crap out of him. And I'd do it again. No, I never took that option. Mostly just because I didn't want to cause a scene in front of Miranda at her birthday party. Oh, don't do this, please. We're probably so close to the end. Don't make me fucking... Aww. Is it really gonna make me fucking close it out again? Ah, damn. Alright, hold on. It's... I don't know what... I don't know... Yeah, you guys can't see it. But it's basically, like, not responding to me right now. It's... like, won't respond. So I actually might have to, like, task manager close it again. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Oh, yep. Not responding. Alright, we're just gonna close it out and we're gonna pull it back up and we're gonna have to play, skip everything again. Oh, I have to pick all of the- oh, it's so long. I have to pick all of the same answer. Oh! Oh! It's alive! I just had to threaten it with the task- with the fucking task. I will punch you in the face. Sounds like rabbit. Why are you so mean, Poe? Okay. We do a save. Okay. We're gonna pick- I want to pick this mean- the super mean option just because I'm never gonna play through this where I'm gonna pick that again. Because, like, my next playthrough is gonna- like, I don't know. I don't know what I'll do, but I'll probably almost never pick these. So I probably should have been, like, save doing them. You literally said that in Mixie's stream. That I would punch you? No, I didn't. I said I would bake you like a potato. That's different, Poe. Alright, I just want to see what they say and then we'll go back. You weren't sure if you could manage that literally, but you believed in the sentiment. What's that? I couldn't hear- Ah! They can't even hear me! Ah! But don't get up on my account. I'll come to you. No! That too, you said many things. You know he heard what you said. Oh, it didn't- Alright. Alright. Yeah, I said I'd bake you like a potato and stuff you full of cream. That's what I said. I don't remember ever saying anything about punching you in the face. What? Oh yeah, what's that? I couldn't hear you, but you can get on. I'll come to you. Really, Silo? Alright. Why does Rabbit want to... You knew he heard what you said. Silo approached with easy strides as if he had been welcomed. You were floored with how much confidence and shamelessness the boy was apparently capable of now. Liz turned her face and refused to acknowledge what was happening. She might have been trying to think of happy thoughts and wish Silo's presence away. Unfortunately, it didn't work. When Silo arrived, he plopped into the sand with the rest of you, his legs folded crisscrossed. Hi. Hi. Please explain yourself. Get lost, Silo. Cove! I will in just a minute.
Well, I figured you'd want to talk to me after you'd had some space. I ought to let you do that, even if you're gonna yell at me. Mm-hmm. Liz finally faced him to be free to snap at Scylla with full force, and this is why you stand between them. And why in the world would you think that? Unfazed, Scylla looked back at her softly. You haven't changed that much, Lizzie. You're the one who found me online when I brushed you off earlier this summer. When have you ever preferred leaving something unresolved in the end? Okay, I don't really like how you're calling out my sister right now. You're kind of... When did you become such a little shit? You didn't even get a chance to make me explain why I did it. Yeah, I bet you're dying to do that. Mm-hmm. Liz ground her teeth, quietly fuming. Scylla had called it right, and that sucked for her. Yeah, he's like became really good at reading people. Poe, I will bake you. Fine, I'll bite. Give me your excuses. Well, mostly, it was really bad timing. Okay, that doesn't excuse what you did. You could have said anything else. Bitch. I could have handled it a lot better if I had known I was going to see you that day, and if there wasn't a self-appointed hall monitor dutifully watching every move people made. You could have said anything else, though. And a hi, good to see you, gotta go was simply too much for your little heart to manage. See? I agree. Of course. The goal was to keep as much distance as possible. Admitting I was the guy you knew wouldn't have been helpful. So you can't stand us. Oh, he didn't say that. And me trying to reconnect was just a huge pain for you after all. Amazing. Wonderful. Thank you so much for saying so. Alright, Liz. You made that jump. He didn't say that. He said, not that. Liz. I was starting to wonder about him when he was in a after-school group with a bunch of students who seemed to have personality and social issues. Yeah. No, that's not it. Don't feel bad, though. You're almost never wrong. Your older sister's brow twitched as she stared at Scylla in tired disbelief. He smiled back at her brightly. I did it so this wouldn't happen. What? I dealt with the situation the way I always do, by saying stuff I didn't exactly mean, because it's just easier that way. You heard Jeremy. That's what I'm known for. Right. Sure, right now you're mad that I pretended not to remember you, but if I hadn't done it, it would have been something else later on, and we'd have ended up here still. Oh, that you would have lied about something else later on? Liz's anger became more and more difficult for her to maintain. It was soon replaced with sad confusion. Then don't do that. Don't be like that. Is he, like, compulsive? Is it, like, a compulsive thing? Why not be someone you're actually okay showing me? Scylla chuckled uncomfortably and searched for a way to explain himself to his former idol. I wouldn't have made you sad if I could have avoided it. I mean that. I thought I could at least finish this visit without issue. Jeremy wasn't someone I expected to call me out. That's pointless to him usually. I mean, he didn't do it on purpose. He just... Is that why he's the one he said we could call? It was actually like... You bitch! But I'm not going to be someone whose personality revolves around making you happy. What? No matter how much I follow others, it wasn't for them. Every decision was mine. I couldn't be in charge, so being a sidekick to the best option was something I did for my sake. Oh! Oh, shit! I chose to let people be the boss when it was what I when it's what I need and I choose where to stop it. And the best I can do for you now is spare you from dealing with it. I'm not as earnest as you are. I'm not as nice as you are. I was always like that, even as a kid. Back then I wanted to fit in, even if it meant excluding someone else. If they were the odd one out, that mean yeah, I mean, I got that impression when he was a little kid. That he just, yeah. Fair enough. Finding my place here got harder when Cove moved in. It was a good thing for everybody that I ended up moving myself soon after that. You were speechless. That's horrible. I knew it. I was sure you weren't being honest back then. You felt bad for him hearing that. Okay then. You didn't want to say it out loud, but you had always I fucking picked that up, that he was attaching to Liz just because she was like, you know, Queen Bee energy. And then once Cove showed up, it was almost like they didn't get along because they were not, okay. These are the same, it's just when I say it and when I don't. I mean, I do feel bad, but also, I kind of want to call him out. At least I'm admitting it now? No, because I still don't entirely understand the whole logic. Then why did you come? Like, if you don't want to do this, then don't. You never had to. I knew that's essentially how you- I knew that's essentially how you were back then. You were a scaredy cat who wanted someone to defend you. Yeah, I mean, Liz isn't stupid. She knew what the dynamic was.
Jeez.
I simply imagined that in the past 10 years, you grew out of that and learned how to speak to others like, I don't know, an actual grown-up human being. Damn. Get him, Liz. Get him. Well, in my defense, I'm not an adult yet. I won't be 18 until later this year. I'm going to punch you. I take it back, I'm gonna punch him. He's such a little shit. October 30th. You remembered. So did you, punk. Zillow chuckled self-consciously as Liz smirked at him. There was an affable moment before she became serious again. I liked you when we were kids. I wanted to know you now. That's what upset me the most, the idea that maybe you only wanted to be rid of your old friends. Well, Lizzie, you're too good to need someone like me in your life. That's the truth. I'm not worth the... That's not the point. Except for with unusual people who have odd taste. Yeah, I guess they're just like... I don't want to say like a delinquent group of people, of kids, but they're definitely a weird group of kids. And I'm wondering if there's like, if we're gonna find out this group is for like specific group of people. When he straightened up in the sand, brushing her dress back out. Oh, she. That's an incredibly annoying thing to say. It's insane. You've only changed in stupid ways and stayed the same for the rest. Oh, damn. That's fair. It is? It means maybe I have unusual taste. You could have stuffed Sillow's entire hat into his mouth with how wide he opened it. Really? Well, as much as a mother hen being compelled to look out for their chick, no matter how useless they are... Wait, no matter how useless they are is unusual, I can't help it. You haven't changed that much after all either. You're still Silo. You're painfully still Silo.
You're welcome.
I brought you here, and I'm not gonna abandon you. It has to be someone's job to look out for and keep an eye on you. I don't think you can, like, forcibly keep an eye on him legally. With her surety returning, she pulled herself up off the ground and glowered down at Scylla with her arms folded. You forgot one thing. I am also painfully insufferable if I want to be. Now, I do want an apology for everything done behind our backs when you could have opened to with all of what you just said. You should have given us a real chance or stayed home. This stunt was rude to me, Little, and Cove. Yeah, get him, Liz. As if bringing the baby chick comparison to life, Zillow dutifully did as he was told. Sorry, Lizzie, Little, Cove, everyone. I didn't want to cause problems or ruin the day. And you don't have to accept just 'cause I'm saying it. Not everybody needs to like everyone. I mean... We're on a trial basis. Alright then. You were kind of mean sometimes when we were kids, but I wasn't very nice to you either. All this recent stuff isn't really something to make about me, so I'm not gonna hold on to it. I mean, as long as you're not gonna keep upsetting people from now on. He then changed his focus to you. His expression was curious. He wanted to know whether your feelings landed on this to him. We're on a trial basis. If you make my sister cry, I will put you in the round. Were you pretending to have a good time with us today? I'll accept your apology. I am not forgiving you, don't even think about it. You couldn't give him a straight answer. You shouldn't forgive him, that's crazy. You gave him a faint... No, it really was great to come back to the old neighborhood and see you three. I only guessed it would end badly, so I tried not to get into the situation in the first place. Okay. So the logic was... He knows himself as an asshole. As, like... I guess we were, like, fake friends as children. Basically. Which, yes, we were. And he just didn't want to unpack all of that. It's still kind of asshole-ish. Do you want to stay for what's left of the evening? You don't have to. As you got to your feet, you thought about it. You did, and there was a reason for it. You didn't want to spend any more time. No, I will stay. I still like Silo. If Liz is looking out for Silo, someone has to look out for her. I'm kind of interested to see what'll happen. I'll stick around. I just feel sorry for you, Silo. I want us to stay together. Well, it's not as if I was that surprised. I mean, we're all just being honest. I just feel fucking sorry for you. You're a miserable kid. I feel worse for him than I do for fucking Jeremy. You have no idea if you'd ever see him again after today. This wasn't the way you wanted to leave things. Despite what he said, you wanted to be able to say that today ended on a good note. Scylla jumped to his feet, straightening his cap on the landing. Lynn would be so proud you didn't all leave. Who? Cove rose as well, but with a groan. Another group mate? No, he's our group supervisor. He's also friends with my mom. Oh no! And if you were still wondering, that group is for people who have difficult to deal with attitude. Yeah, there it is. Jeremy and Nate being in it makes a lot of sense, huh? There we go. Scylla spoke simply and finished his thought with a breezy shrug. Liz sighed loudly and then smiled ruefully at him. Geez, Scylla, you certainly made yourself other people's problems since leaving. Well, now you all know me better too. Thanks for sharing. A small smirk appeared on her face as she watched Shiloh. You didn't fail to notice the hint of sarcasm in her voice. And thank you, little. Accompanied by a warm smile, Liz's tone was sincere. Yeah, the more I kind of heard about them, I'm like, this is like a miserable group of kids. Like, why are they so shitty? I thought it might have been like kind of a club thing that what like so like I was in like a when I was little I was put into like an assisted reading course or something. I thought it could have been something kind of like that. I can keep hanging out with everybody too. Yeah, Cove, please don't leave me. This is weird. An after-school help group, yeah. Sheepish, Cove rubbed his arm. Liz's smile stretched into a grin at that news. Thanks for sticking around. I will kill you. Your neck is long. It's good for grabbing. Just letting you know, Silo. Well then, what now? The four of you stared at each other in silence until Silo tentatively made a suggestion. Would anyone want to build a sandcastle? I had that thought too, that it was a remedial lessons, but he mentioned Nate was in it, and that Nate was also at the top. I mean, there's been things where, like, the top of their class students volunteer for the remedial lessons to keep up with their studies. So I felt like it could have been some, or that maybe he was like one of the tutor kids type. I don't know. It was definitely something that was like pinging in my mind that it was strange. But I wasn't quite picking it up because, I don't know, Nate kind of had him having a bad attitude, and then Jeremy was depressed. But I don't know, I didn't pick up necessarily until they started talking about everybody else, and I'm like, this is like a group of miserable kids. What the fuck is happening? Your older sister began to truly relax again, and you were glad to see it. Glancing at Cove, you nodded in agreement with Liz. Yeah, I like that idea too. It had been a long time since you last built a sandcastle together. You were already looking forward to burying your feet in the sand. And we're all agreed. Come on, gang, let's go play on the beach. The sun was far across the sky when the four of you trailed down from the park to the shore in comfortable silence. It was hard not to think back on how familiar it all felt. You never thought the four of you would ever be here together again. It wasn't long before you were sitting on the wet ground, busily pushing as much sand as possible into a lump. You all worked together quietly, but every so often a chuckle would drift through because of the castle's lopsided development. At one point, Cove stretched his legs out completely, and the incoming waves started reaching his toes. He initially was caught off guard and almost jumped into the castle, but ultimately didn't resist the water. After that, the group worked with purpose to finish before the ocean could tear it all down. Though even still, Liz ended up taking more time to be particular about the castle's rudimentary design. Oh god, the architect. Silo, of course, backed up all her plans. Cove was a dissenting voice, wanting to keep things more laid back. Things got pretty boisterous. Being there and doing this with Cove, Liz, and Silo, it felt weirdly different, yet also weirdly the same. So what happened with the amusement park? You were pretending not to know, weren't you? Both you and your sister glanced— Oh! Are we gonna find out? Please tell us! It's killing me. Both you and your sister glanced at Silo, silently re-asking the question under the weight of all three of you talking in turn to ask about it. Silo finally gave in. I might have an idea of what he meant.
So,
The thing is there's someone we're both familiar with, and she asked Jeremy to the amusement park one time. Oh, is this the girl, or is this a different girl? He accepted, but just complained about it, so I suggested that maybe me and her should go together. Ooh. Jeremy also agreed that it'd be more fun to go around the park with me, and that's what he meant when he said he was on my side. She still went with him, and now Jeremy is embarrassed to admit not that he was turned down, but that he was the preferred option then. It's hard to believe. Anyway, Jeremy could think that I'm mad I got passed over, but it doesn't matter if she said yes or no. All that counts is if she knows I'm totally there when she needs it. And she does. Uh-huh. Sure, Silo, you're so reliable. I know, right? You're welcome. I don't trust you. Absent-mindedly, you twisted your fingers in the sand and thought about everything Silo said today. It was still bothering you, but to some degree, it all felt kind of like closure. Yeah, he actually is a little shit. Good to know. And not just with Silo, but also with Jeremy, of all people, the old villain of that one summer. Just like old times, the four of you stayed on the beach until night fell. And the moon was high in the sky, and then time had come to say goodbye. It's also so funny because it's like unsurprisingly. Now that Liz knows what she's actually dealing with, she knows exactly how to handle him. Yeah, well, because she just said, she's like, I knew you were always full of shit, and I just played along, but I really wish you had, like, done better. Like, the fact that you're still doing this is ridiculous. Silo needed to get back to his mom and back to where his life truly was now. This also explains why Silo has no friends. I get it. They kept hammering it in that, like, nobody wanted to talk to him. And I was like, he's nice, though. Like, somebody would have latched on to this kid. And nobody has. There's something going on. It's like, I either don't believe you, or there's something we're not being told. Silo needed to get back to his mom and back to where his life truly was now. He's stinky. The four of you walked up the neighborhood street as one, tired smiles covering the familiar faces around you. You never could have seen where the day was headed when it started. However, you appreciated the opportunity it brought you in the end. After that, Scylla disappeared from Sunset Bird once again, though this time it wasn't heartbreaking or hard to understand. This time it was just another part of life. And it helped that Liz had her own phone and laptop and could easily check in on him from time to time. That was nice too. So remember when I said I didn't want to go until like 11? And I was hoping this one wouldn't be that long? It got pretty long. Hey! I was thinking it was gonna last like an hour. It lasted a lot longer than that. I just remember what time it is for you. I'm stopping. Sorry, Fighty. Yeah, well, it's a bit past midnight for me. So I am gonna have to call it. I'm sorry you came in at the end, but it was nice to say hi. But yeah, that ended up being a bit longer than I meant it to. But we got through, what, 3 of them? We have 4 left on this section, and then we'll have the epilogue section and the wedding DLC, which I really want to get to. Yes, I realize it was time. Don't worry about it. If you need sleep, get some sleep. Thank you. Yeah, I've been holding off on saying the name of it just because I wanted it to kind of be a surprise, but yes, there is wedding DLC that I want to get to. It'll be so cute. But yeah. Thanks for everybody for hanging out. I mean, I could stay up 24/7 if I wanted, if I needed to, but it's fine. Scrawl will yell at me if I stay any longer. Let me tell you that wedding DLC, it was intimidating. Oh god. Was it long? I'll find out. Don't tell me anything about it. I don't know anything about it. I'll learn when I get there. Anyway. Thank you, everybody. And good night. And goodbye. And I hope you all have a great night. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can raid somebody. I keep forgetting I can do that. I don't know if anybody's gonna be awake, but maybe I'll get lucky. This guy's kind of okay. I always raid him because he is the only one that's fucking on when I'm around. I guess I need to find more people that play this late. They're about to take that down by the 3rd. Take what down? The raid fee. Oh! Why? I knew they were making big changes that are... Oh my god. Twitch is being stupid, but like, that's a weird thing to get rid of. Because that's such a nice little thing to do. I know they were making changes to like their affiliate, or not affiliate, their partner information, as well as like a few other things, and basically it's all jank and kind of shit. But that seems like a random thing to get rid of, because it doesn't... whatever. AKA, we say this for your benefit, but really it just gets us more money and it makes things worse for you. Yeah, basically, actually. Anyway, I'll send you guys over to this dude. He's playing World of Warcraft. I don't know, but he's kind of fun to listen to sometimes. Have a good night. Goodbye.